Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
We have Mr. Ferguson with us today. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Just to remind you, Mr. Ferguson commenced his testimony in June, and this is his second day of testimony. He was affirmed in the beginning of his last day of evidence, and I would just remind him that his affirmation remains in effect. Hello, good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning.
When you were last with us, we discussed the events in 2013 and into 2015. I am now going to start with some information around the time period at the end of 2015 and into 2016. Registrar, could you bring up OD7, page 77, please? And if you could bring up 78 as well. Registrar, could you call out paragraph 246, which starts on 77 and then continues on to 78? Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, when you were last giving your evidence, we discussed the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. We're now looking just a couple of days after that to December 9, 2015. And this is as council is ratifying the Public Works Committee decisions. You'll see at paragraph 246 that the Lakewood Beach Community Council, the LBCC, emailed the mayor and council under subject line RHVP improvements ratification tonight. And that community group asked, you'll see on this second of the call outs, that pavement friction testing be listed as a short-term measure. They say this was not on the short-term list of recommendations from staff. However, we feel that the cost benefit of conducting this test would be money well spent and is warranted based on the RHVP safety review studies. Then they list a few of the studies about collision types and wet weather collisions. Registrar, could you close that down? You'll see, and you don't need to call it out, Registrar, at the next paragraph, 247 on page 78, that Councillor Jackson responds and copies his assistant and you, Mr. Moore, Mr. White, and Ms. Leduc in the email, which is at the bottom of page 78. Do you recall receiving the forward of the email from the LBCC on December 10th?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the LBCC before receiving this email?
Yes.
What interactions had you had with them, if any?
In dealing with them with neighborhood issues.
Okay. Registrar, can you call out page 79 and 80, please? Registrar, in fact, could you call it 78 and 79 first? Thank you. You'll see Mr. Ferguson at the bottom of page 78 in that forward from Mr. Jackson to you and others. He indicates that last night at City Council, he moved the LBCC's correspondence to be referred to the next Public Works Committee meeting. And am I correct that a referral from council back to the Public Works Committee means that the LBCC's request should be heard at the next and debated and considered at the next Public Works Committee meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Registrar, now could you bring up 79 and 80, please? You'll see at the top of page 80 that there's a resolution for that referral back to Public Works for further discussion. Registrar, can you call out 251 and 252, please? On December 14th, Mr. Mader forwarded the email with the resolution to Mr. Lepton, to Mr. White, and you. And he said, please coordinate with Gary so we can send a response on this to the group. And you responded to Mr. White alone. Why do we answer them? I'm confused. What was the nature of your confusion?
In terms of who was sending the response?
That is your group or Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Did you know why Mr. Mader wanted you to coordinate with Mr. Moore to send a response to this group?
Because obviously it had to deal with the friction or the condition of the pavement, which, as we've discussed before, fell under the engineering group. So we had to coordinate with Gary in terms of a response.
Okay. The next meeting of the Public Works Committee, which we'll come to in just a moment, is in February. Did you have discussions with Mr. Moore between December 14th and February about a response to this group?
I don't remember specific timelines or dates, but I do know that I did talk to him. I believe we provided a response to the group.
I'll take you to it. My question was really whether there was discussions before the next set of emails, but perhaps when we go there, that will assist you. Registrar, can you go to page 109 of this document, please? And if you can bring up 110 as well. Could you call it 343 at the bottom of 109? Thank you. So, Mr. Ferguson, you'll see that Councillor Jackson emailed you a few days before the February 1 PwC meeting, and he copied Mr. Moore as well. And he asked if you'd had a chance to look at this issue of item 5.2, which related to the LBCC. He says, thoughts on what I should do for Monday? And do I refer it to you? Other recommendations? And you can close that out. Registrar? And if you can call out 345 and 346, please. And 347, please. Thank you. So you replied and you said, I believe as part of the overall works, this is already being covered off road friction testing. I've copied Director Moore for clarification. So my earlier question was, did you have discussions with Mr. Moore in December of 2015 or in January of 2016 before Councillor Jackson contacted you in late January?
I don't recall.
Okay. What did you mean, I believe, as part of the overall works, this is already being covered off?
In terms of that, it was identified in the report for friction testing to be completed.
And you'll recall last day when you gave evidence, we went through that report and that it was on Appendix B. What did you, or when did you understand friction testing was going to be done, given that it was deferred pending the assessment of the Transportation Master Plan?
In terms of timing, I didn't have an understanding of when the timing was. That was left to obviously Mr. Moore's group. There obviously is a timeline in there within the report that says the works should be completed within, I believe it's within 5 years or something. So was left to essentially engineering to work on that and determine when it was programmed.
Okay, so the LBCC is asking specifically that friction testing is warranted and notes that it's not on the short-term list. Did you take any assessment to speak to Mr. Moore to try to escalate or accelerate the timeline for friction testing before you sent this email?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Moore before sending this email?
The email to Councillor Jackson? No, I don't recall.
When you say you don't recall, is that you did not, or you just don't recall either way whether you did or didn't?
I don't recall either way.
Councillor Jackson responds, if Director Moore concurs, I'll move this to receiving the correspondence only, with a caveat that staff provide a written response to the Lakewood group and commenting on their suggestions about how staff are already or will be implementing these measures accordingly. And you say I would confer with that direction. When something is moved to receiving the correspondence only, what discussion occurs at the Public Works Committee about the correspondence?
Well, really, I mean, that's up to council themselves, what types of discussions they take. They can have a wholesome discussion, or they might not have any discussion.
And so when something is received as correspondence only, as Councillor Jackson says here, does that typically mean that there is little discussion as compared to items that are identified as for discussion?
I can't really answer the question because that's dependent on council, what they do.
Okay. Did you understand in Councillor Jackson's email that where it said receiving the correspondence only with a caveat that staff was going to provide a response meant that it wasn't going to be on the councillor's plate for discussion at the next Public Works Committee meeting?
Well, I look at it as they're receiving it and essentially directing staff to respond to Lakewood.
Okay, but so they're not actually discussing Lakewood's suggestion to accelerate the timing of the friction testing. Is that how you understood the outcome of this back and forth?
Again, I mean, that's up to council whether or not they want to discuss it. I can't speak for how they wish to proceed with things like that.
I understand. I'm asking about your long experience as working in municipal government. When Councillor Jackson sent this email, did you understand that it was still going to be subject to discussion at the Public Works Committee meeting? Or did you understand that as a result, staff was going to deal with it and councillors were not?
Yeah, in my experience, when they receive correspondence, there might be minimal amount of discussion. There may be some questions asked, but not to the extent of a report or something like that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Do you concurred with that direction? Do you recall if you had any discussions with Mr. Moore about whether he would also concur with that direction?
I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up 111, please? And can you call it 350 and 350 and 351? On February 16th, so we're about 2 weeks after the Public Works Committee meeting, you emailed the LBCC, copying the Office of the Mayor, the Public Works Committee, Mr. White, Mr. Lefton, Mr. Mader, Legislative Services Clerk, and Mr. Moore. And you said your email was requesting that the identified friction test for the Red Hill be considered for short-term testing. Through the support of the Public Works Committee, I am pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. Stopping there, do you recall if there was any discussion at the February 1st Public Works Committee meeting about accelerating the friction test into short-term testing?
No, I do not.
What discussions, if any, did you have with Mr. Moore before you sent this email to the LBCC?
Yeah, I believe I had contacted him by phone to determine his timeline, and that's where he provided the information that they were going to do the work in 2016.
Okay. During that phone call, did you have any discussions about the past friction tests that Mr. Moore had mentioned at the Public Works Committee meeting in December?
No.
Did you ask him for a copy of the friction test that he had mentioned at that December Public Works Committee meeting?
Not that I recall.
Why not?
As mentioned before, we had already requested a copy of a report. Again, can't remember the timeline of when we did that. But no, I was dealing with this specific issue and the question that was raised. I didn't ask for any additional information.
Okay. On your first day of evidence, you provided some evidence about Mr. Moore's comments on the draft 2015 SEMA report, including his comments in respect of friction tests. What will friction tests tell you? The MTO holds this close to their vest. Do you remember those comments?
From Mr. Moore, yes.
Yeah. Did Mr. Moore give you any sense during your phone call with him as to what had changed between his position when he was telling you, when he was making comments on the 2015 SEMA report, and now in February of 2016, where he says, fine, I'll do a friction test?
No.
Did you understand from those discussions with Mr. Moore that he would do a new friction test that would be completed in 2016?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you have any discussions about whether the friction test that he had mentioned at the PWC meeting, he mentioned it occurred in 2012 or 2013, whether that could be used to respond to the LBCC?
No.
Okay, so you understood that Mr. Moore was committing to do a fresh friction test, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Registrar, can you close this down? Did you understand, having provided this commitment to the LBCC, that Mr. Moore would provide you with a copy of the results of the friction test that he was going to complete in 2016?
No.
Did you understand he was not going to provide you with the results?
I had no expectation whether I would be receiving the results. All I knew is that he was committing to doing the study.
Okay, Registrar, can you go to the next page, please, and call out 356? So we've just been looking at the email that you sent to the LBCC on February 16th. This is now February 25. And there's some back and forth between Mr. Cameron, Mr. Lepton, Mr. Mader, and others about a delegation request from the LBCC. And in a response, Mr. Moore emailed, in fact, maybe we should go to the email itself. Registrar, could you call out HAM 58666? And if you can call it the middle email, please. So Mr. Moore emails you and he copies Mr. Lupton. He says some roughness / skid resistance / friction testing has been done. However, I'm still trying to get the analysis for it and put it into context. Like, how does this compare to other highways of similar type? And then he mentions that the MTO is very guarded with this information and does not share numbers due to liability and concerns they will form part of a legal action. We should be similarly wary. Did you understand upon receipt of this email that Mr. Moore had friction testing done at some point between February 16, 2016, when you sent that email to the LBCC, and when he sends this email on February 25?
That's how I understood it.
Did you ask for a copy of the roughness, skid resistance, friction testing data that he had?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
As I mentioned before, I'm not trained or have a background in skid or pavement materials. He's the city engineer and he's looking at it. It falls under his jurisdiction of works. So there would be no point in me asking for that type of information.
Did you at any time follow up on this email and ask Mr. Moore if he'd had the analysis that he says he's trying to get? If he'd received that analysis?
Not that I recall.
Registrar, you can take that down. Thank you. Registrar, can you close this and go back to OD7, page 124, please? Thank you. In May of 2016, Mr. White emailed Mr. Lupton, Mr. Moore, and Ms. Matthews Malone and attached a draft staff report about safety improvements, Link and Red Hill. And he, Mr. White, noted in the email that John, Mr. Mader, had asked that an info update be provided to council to advise him of the timing of the safety improvements that would be made. And he attached a report a staff report that would go proposed to go to council. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 5102, please? And if you could, can you bring up the second page as well? Mr. Ferguson, were you involved in the compilation of information that led to the drafting of this report?
Our staff, my staff would have been involved, yes, and myself.
And so you would have reviewed this draft before Mr. White sent it to Ms. Matthews Malone and Mr. Moore?
Correct.
And there's completion dates for some of the safety measures that SEMA had recommended. Just taking you to the third one down, install slippery when wet signs, June to July. Where it says install those signs, does that mean to this point that slippery when wet signs had not been installed on the Red Hill?
Correct.
Registrar, can you keep up page 2 and also bring up page 3, please? Thank you. So after that list of the improvement / safety enhancements with proposed completion dates, there's several paragraphs that talk about at the bottom of page 2, the image on the left, that Hamilton Police Services would be investigating various types of digital radar speed feedback signs. Are those the signs that when you drive over them, it will reflect back to the driver what their current speed is?
Yes, it's not exactly how they work, but yes, they provide a visual speed representation of the approaching vehicle. Yes.
Okay. And in the bottom of that paragraph, there's also a notation that the police have been conducting regular enforcement on both the Link and the Red Hill and have issued over 1,600 violations in 4 months. And is it fair to say by this point, so we're in May of 2016, that the Hamilton Police Services is actively trying to enforce speed limits on the Red Hill?
Correct.
Was there some discussion by this point about the use of photo radar or other monitoring systems to attempt to identify drivers who were going over the speed limit?
Well, at this time, automated speed enforcement wasn't in place. At a future date, we do send correspondence to the ministry requesting essentially a special provision to permit use of ASE on the parkways. But at this point in time, no.
Yeah, that's not happening in 2016. But is there discussion about the possibility of doing that in 2016?
I don't recall specifically the times, but we were having discussions that when ASE is available, it would be nice to be able to utilize those on the parkways.
Okay. And did the province at any point agree to use that kind of automated speed monitoring?
At any point, are you referring to our future requests that we make?
That's right. The province agreed to that when you made that request?
No, they denied the request.
Okay. And was there any automated speed monitoring system in place on the Red Hill during your tenure at the city?
Yeah, our corridor management group at that time was operating the traffic count program, and they did have 2, I believe, permanent count stations, one on the Red Hill and I believe one on the Link.
Okay, so you were able to monitor the traffic counts?
Traffic counts, yes.
And did that also extend to monitoring the speed of the individual vehicles?
I believe the speed data was part of that also.
Okay. Moving away from that type of monitoring in terms of photo radar or other video monitoring feeds, anything like that that would actually have eyes on vehicles and being able to assess their speed. Did that kind of program ever come into effect?
In the future years, yes. Past 2016, yes.
All right, we'll come to that. In this document, there's a reference to Q-end warning systems, rain activated, slippery when wet, flash beacons, and a variable speed limit. That's on the right-hand side in the first full paragraph. What is a variable speed limit? What does that mean, variable speed limit?
So to look into the ability to adjust the speed based on congestion, operations of the roadway, weather conditions, etc.
Such that signs would change about what the speed limit was depending on how congested the parkway was?
Correct.
Is that one of the potential initiatives that led to assessing appropriate speed limits more generally on the Red Hill?
I don't believe so specifically, no.
The queue and warning system, is that a process to give drivers notice about what's happening up ahead?
Correct, yes.
And the rain activated slippery when wet flashing beacons, where were those going to be installed?
On the parkways, I believe it was identified in both the Red Hill and Link reports.
Okay, but these are flashing beacons that are rain activated rather than just having permanent slippery and wet signs up?
Correct.
SEMA had also recommended in its report illumination, high tension median barriers, and friction testing, and those aren't mentioned in this report. Why is that?
Sorry, can you repeat that one?
Sure. In 2015, SEMA had also recommended illumination, high tension median barriers, and friction testing. Why are those potential safety measures not mentioned in this report?
There had been discussions about, so the barriers, for example, the barriers were going to be reviewed as part of future, it was more identified as a long-term approach. They were going to do a TMP study. I believe that the lighting was also something that was to be reviewed, but there was no timing identified in terms of when that would be completed. So I suspect that's why it's not identified specifically in this report.
Okay. Was there any administrative process in place within Public Works at this time to ensure that traffic and engineering services work together to implement all of the recommendations that came out of the December 2015 staff report?
To work together, I mean, we would share information, obviously. Reports were shared with engineering. I wouldn't say we necessarily worked together. Obviously, for example, the friction testing that was engineering, and they were off on their own. The lighting issues, they were off on their own. The barriers, it was assigned engineering. So I wouldn't say it was a process where we worked together, no.
Okay. Was there any process by which traffic engineering and engineering services had insight into what the other was doing in respect of implementing the safety measures from that staff report?
I would, no.
So particularly friction testing, given the back and forth that you had with the LBCC, why wasn't friction testing referenced here in this report?
To be honest, can't answer the question. I'm not sure why not.
Registrar, can you close this down and go to OD7, page 124 and 125, please? And if you could call out the bottom of 125, 397 and 398, please. So in response to the draft report being sent to Mr. Moore for comment, he responded, the only comment I have is that we're possibly looking at pavement rehab work on the Red Hill in 2017. I would not plan on any pavement work this year as it will likely be overlaid next year. Did you have any insight into why engineering services was looking into pavement rehab work for 2017?
No.
Was this the first indication that you had that they were considering pavement rehab work in 2017?
I believe so.
And did that affect when traffic engineering was going to complete any of its anticipated safety improvements?
We would have looked at the works that need to be completed, and obviously anytime there's a construction project like that, it's much more beneficial and cost efficient to complete the works at the same time. So we would have reviewed that.
Okay. And did it have any effect? Was there anything that you pushed off from doing in 2016 because of Mr. Moore's comments about this future pavement rehab work?
I don't recall specifically.
I can probably help you out with that, and I probably should have done this. Registrar, can you pull up 126? And if you can call out the chart. So you'll see this is a revised and final version of the appendix of the report that we were looking at. And it says install permanent raised pavement markings from Green Hill to QEW. And then it now says timing pending pavement review, possible resurfacing. Does that refresh your memory about traffic engineering's assessment of whether they could proceed with or whether they should proceed with all of the safety enhancements as a result of Mr. Moore's comments about the pavement rehab?
Yes, and the raised pavement markings, that was an issue for engineering. They didn't necessarily like us going in and grinding out an existing roadway. And obviously, I can't remember the specific cost associated with us doing that work independently. It would obviously be more beneficial and cost effective to do the work when they're doing construction.
Okay. And at this point, were there temporary cat's eyes installed in this location?
We had installed cat's eyes, I believe around at this point. I want to say we've maybe done 2 installations.
And so the installation that was being proposed in 2016, was that to replace damaged cat's eyes, or was it some different kind of installation of a different nature?
So as part, you're referring to it being identified in the report, I believe?
Yeah, where it says install permanent raised pavement markings, but you just said that you'd already done 2 installations.
Yeah, so, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So the original installation was between, I believe, Mud and Green Hill. And as part of this report, we've essentially come forward and recommended that it be the full Parkway. So picking up the remainder Green Hill to the QEW.
I see. Thank you. Registrar, can you close this call out? And if you can go to page 150, please. So I've just jumped ahead in time to January of 2017. We were just at May 2016. And perhaps I should have asked this before I closed the last call out, but is it fair to say that over the course of 2016, your group tried to implement the traffic safety improvements that were set out in that chart that we were just looking at?
Yes, we would have.
Okay. So moving now to January of 2017, Registrar, can you call it 554, please? So you follow up on Mr. Well, you sent an email to Mr. Moore and to Mr. Sadawi saying, just following up on the plans for the Red Hill. You mentioned last year that you were planning on repaving and that we should hold off installing the reflective markers at that time. Do you have a timeline? Registrar, can you close that down? And Mr. Moore responds, we need to do it soon, or at least start a program, a bid each year for 5 years. I don't know yet. Sam, please set up a meeting with traffic and operations to discuss timing and need. Did you understand that your group, traffic engineering, would have input into the scope of the repaving project?
Yes, that was the process.
And you would provide your comments on the related countermeasures that that you thought would be useful as part of the repaving?
Correct.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 153, please? So in February of 2017, shortly after that discussion that we were just looking at with Mr. Moore, you asked your team to prepare some collision mapping. Registrar, could you also bring up 154, please? I won't take you through all of it, but you'll see there's some collision mapping done in early February. And then if you go to if you look to the top of 154, Mr. Warren responds to Mr. Cooper copying you and asks for particular collision mapping. Was this collision mapping related to identifying the scope for the repaving from your team's perspective?
Yes. Yeah, so what we try to do is obviously we look at collisions holistically, try to identify the problem locations, and sorry, I just had a battery issue. Excuse me, just 1 second. There we go. Sorry. It's so that we can provide that information to engineering, so that when they're doing the scoping and evaluation of the works, we can identify specific locations where there may be a need for additional barrier, etc., that we can be able to provide that information to them.
Okay, Registrar, can you go to the next page, 155, please? So Mr. Warren had asked for a number of different kinds of heat maps, mainline collisions, ramp collisions, crossovers, serious injury or fatality, nighttime versus daytime, and wet weather. And Mr. Cooper provided all of those. And the one that we have excerpted here is the wet weather conditions for the link. I recognize they're a little hard. It's a little hard to actually see the details. Do you recall what you took from this map plotting collisions in wet weather conditions?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. Do you recall if your analysis of wet weather conditions as done by Mr. Cooper compared to the collision review that SEMA had done in 2015?
I believe it was similar in nature. I mean, I think just looking at it here, you're looking at the areas where you're seeing an increase in collisions and in areas where the geometrics of the roadway change, which is to be expected.
Okay. Registrar, could you just call out just the map? So here you said you're seeing collisions where the geometrics change. Do you mean where there's curves, like at the far right-hand side, it says fatal injury, and you can't really see it, but there's a bit of a curve there. And then if you go down to the next where it says fatal injury, there's a larger parentheses or bracket. And that's also where there's some curvature. Does that larger bracket or the size of the bracket, does that mean that there's more collisions in that area?
Correct.
And then again at the bottom, closer to where the link meets the red hill meets the link, there's also another large bracket again around one of the curves. Is that right?
Correct.
And none of that was surprising to you, given your review of SEMA's past collision reviews?
Correct.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close that down. If you could bring up 156, please. Pardon me, sorry, I'm at 155 and 156 at the same time. And you'll see at the bottom of 155, Mr. Andoga reaches out further to that back and forth about setting a meeting and sets out the proposed resurfacing of the Link and the Red Hill over a four-year period. It says RHBE 2018 to 2019. So before, Mr. Moore had said it was they were considered in 2016. He said they were considering in 2017, and here Mr. Andoga has said the proposed schedule is 2018 to 2019. Did you have any information about why the proposed resurfacing was not happening in 2017?
No.
Okay. And do you recall meeting with your colleagues, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Warren, to develop a scope that you thought would be appropriate to add to the paving? And I'll direct you to 169, which I think is the outcome of that meeting. Do you remember having a meeting with them?
Not specifically, but I suspect we did.
Okay.
Talk about it.
So you sent the email at 4:69 on February 28, and you set out a scope. And I'm going to come back to that. But first, Registrar, if you can go to page 166, please. Pardon me, 165 and 166. So at 490, you'll see on February 22nd, Mr. White emailed you and others and notified you of a fatal accident the previous evening, so February 21, another crossover fatality on the Red Hill last night. And he says we need to review the SEMA report on barriers as these fatals are likely to be mitigated by a barrier. Vision Zero is about reducing fatalities and serious injuries. And then it says, Dave, please update the collision stats and map locations. Am I correct by this point, you were actually already doing that for the purposes of your scope assessment?
Correct.
And do you recall doing media in respect of this crossover fatality?
Not specifically, I don't know.
Okay, at 493, there's a reference to emails between you and Ms. Graham about talking points. So you did do media on this?
I suspect so based on the email. I just don't remember it specifically. Okay. I did a number of interviews over the years. So.
Okay, Registrar, can you go to 168, please? And if you can call out 495, please. So this is an email from you, and in the second paragraph of the email, it reads, I just got off the phone with Collins and Connolly asking questions about barriers in the recent incident. I believe they also talked to Gary. Do you recall around this time that counselors were starting to ask questions about whether barriers might be useful to mitigate crossover collisions?
I don't recall specifically them thinking that, no.
Okay. You don't recall specifically? Do you have any recollection?
Not from a council perspective. I know from traffic's perspective, it was something we had obviously been interested in.
So you don't recall either way whether you were getting any questions or pressure from counselors to be thinking through the barrier issue?
No, I recall at that time, I know the public itself were questioning about barriers or a need for barriers. And so, I mean, usually when it's in the public, the councillors will also bring it forward. But I don't recall specifically councillors contacting me about barriers.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 156, please? Thank you. And if you can call it 469. So I took you to this email briefly just a minute ago. This is just a few days after the media hits that you've done in that email about councillors contacting you. And you respond to Mr. Andoga and Mr. White about scope. And it says traffic operations and engineering has completed a quick review of the safety reports. Just stopping there. Are you referencing the SEMA reports?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a number of sentences. I think they're all sort of bullet points. And to my review, the first 5 of them all relate to SEMA recommendations that they've made about safety improvements. You agree with that?
Correct.
And then you say in the 6th line, we've also conducted a 5-year collision history review for both roadways with a specific focus on crossover incidents. Is that the collision maps that I took you to that Mr. Warren had asked Mr. Cooper to pull together?
Correct.
And you go on to say, based on this evaluation, we've identified 2 segments of concern that that barriers would be installed. You have one on the link and one on the Red Hill. And then you say staff have also identified secondary locations of concern in which edge markers can be installed, and then one on the link and one on the Red Hill. And then you, in the next full paragraph, say a review of total collisions over a 5-year period showed a distinct higher level of incidents occurring between Upper Ottawa and King Street in either direction, and would also include on-off ramps. I would say this would be our highest priority area for improvements. You also mentioned between Upper Ottawa and Barton, the highest area for collisions that results in injuries and fatalities. So the barrier segments, the 2 segments that you've identified, were you proposing for median barriers to be installed even absent the final conclusions coming out of the transportation master plan?
Yes.
Why was that?
Again, going back to, we talked previously about Vision Zero and what the whole purpose of Vision Zero is. We've obviously done these studies. We're noting that there's specific areas where certain types of collisions are occurring, and it would obviously be beneficial, obviously, to stop crossover collisions from occurring. A barrier would assist with that. And so that's why we're making that recommendation.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out and go to the next page, 157, please? And if you can call it 470. Mr. Ndoga responds, and you'll see item 6, being the installation of barriers, will be a sensitive issue. Did you anticipate when you sent your proposed scope that engineering services would be resistant to the installation of median barriers?
Did I expect them to be resistant?
Yes.
I had a feeling it would be questioned, yes.
What led you to that feeling?
Just based on previous discussions with Mr. Moore about the barriers.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down, please? You'll see at 471, Mr. Mader scheduled or circulated a calendar invitation to Mr. Moore and Mr. McKinnon, scheduled for March 20th, 2017. Do you recall, did you attend that meeting?
I can't remember specifically. I attended a number of meetings. I know there was a meeting set up, but I just don't remember the dates.
Okay. Do you recall a meeting that specifically addressed traffic engineering's scope or proposed scope and Mr. Andoga's response to that scope?
Not specifically to that. No, I don't recall.
Do you recall escalating Mr. Andoga's comment about installation of barriers being a sensitive issue to Mr. Mader?
Not to, I don't recall specifically to Mr. Mader. I would have, Mr. White obviously was my supervisor, and we would have had a discussion. He would have been aware.
Okay, so do you recall escalating Mr. Andoga's comment about the installation of barriers being a sensitive issue to Mr. White?
I don't specifically remember, but that was kind of my practice. I dealt closely with Mr. White, and so we had discussions on things like this on a regular basis.
Okay. I'm asking specifically about the escalation of this issue around medium barriers. Do you recall escalating that to your bosses?
Not specifically, no.
Generally?
Like I said, generally, yes, because Mr. White and I we're in close communications daily, and things like this would have been shared with Mr. White.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 172, please? So around the same time that this back and forth is happening with Mr. Andoga, it appears that your team has started drafting an information report to the Public Works Committee. You'll see at paragraph 507, Mr. Cooper in March sends you two documents, an info report resurfacing and an info report barriers. You revise that and then you send it to Mr. White. Registrar, can you go to page 175, please? So just referencing at 512, you send a further revised version to Mr. White and to Mr. Mader. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 25832? And if you can call it, thank you. Do you recall the preparation of this information update?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you recall the preparation of an information report, just to give an update to, this is actually to the mayor and members of council rather than the Public Works Committee, about the safety improvements that your team had been doing?
We did a number of reports during this time. I mean, I felt almost like every 3 months we were sending some type of report related to the Red Hill and the Link. So again, to say specifically this report, I don't remember other than reading it.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up pages 3 and 4, please? So this is the appendices that are appended to that this draft report, and it says Appendix A. It has a number of things with completion dates or that works are going to be assessed during resurfacing. So really quite similar to that appendix that we were looking at from May of 2016. And then on Appendix B, it says conduct pavement friction testing, $40,000 completed. And then it has the rest, which is either to be reviewed and considered during resurfacing or to be reviewed by engineering services. So just stopping there, Mr. Cooper does the first draft of this report. It then comes to you for revisions. What steps, if any, did you do to confirm if friction testing had been completed?
Well, that would have been included or identified just based on Gary's previous comments that works had been, studies had been done. That would have been the extent of it.
That email where he says that roughness, skid test, and friction testing has been done, and that he's waiting on analysis?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Cooper to contact Mr. Moore to confirm if the analysis that he was waiting on had been completed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you personally take any steps to confirm whether the statement that friction testing was complete was accurate?
I would say no.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to page 178 of OD7, please. So in late March, it was on March 27, Mr. Mader circulated a calendar invitation for a link/RHVP plan scheduled for May 1, 2017. And the attendees were Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Mader, Mr. Moore, Ms. Matthews-Malone, Mr. White, Mr. Kirkpatrick, Jason Warren, and yourself. And it was to occur in room 400A at City Center. Do you remember attending that meeting?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Mader in advance of this meeting about why he had circulated a calendar invitation for this meeting?
No.
Registrar, can you pull up HAM 889, please? This is the agenda. You'll see there's a reference to the status of recommended improvements, friction testing results, OBL directions, and strategy to address. You just said just recently in your testimony, it felt like you were sending reports every 3 months to PwC or to council on the Red Hill. By March of 2017, were you frustrated with the continued safety issues on the Red Hill?
No.
Maybe I'll put that differently. Were you frustrated with the fact that PwC was asking for safety improvements, and those safety improvements did not seem to be reflective of change in your collision reviews?
No, not specifically. So anytime you undertake safety improvements, it's kind of industry standard that once you've implemented the improvements, it takes between 3 to 5 years before you're able to really see, to be able to do a comparison. So even though we've implemented various types of measures, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to see an immediate change in statistics.
Okay. Friction test results are listed as an agenda item. Do you have any information about who added friction testing results as an agenda item?
No, I don't.
At this point, were you curious about the results of friction testing that Mr. Moore had said he had done?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with anyone about putting that issue on a agenda for a meeting with him?
I don't recall.
I'm not going to take you to it yet, but there was a PowerPoint that Mr. Warren prepared about this. Do you remember that PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Before I get to it, at this meeting, did Mr. Moore provide any information about friction testing or friction testing results?
Yeah, if I recall correctly, his comment was that they had done friction testing, that they had received the results, and he was still reviewing and trying to determine what they meant. I believe he mentioned that there was no Canadian standard or anything like that, so he was trying to again understand what it all meant.
Okay, and you think that he provided those comments at this meeting on May 1, 2017, the meeting where Mr. Warren attended and Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did anyone at this meeting ask Mr. Moore to provide a copy of the data that he was talking about, the data he was going and seeking analysis on?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Before this point in May 1st, 2017, how many times had you personally asked Mr. Moore for friction testing results?
Once.
Okay. Registrar, can you call up HAM 25976, please? This is the PowerPoint presentation I was just referencing. Registrar, can you bring up the next image? Actually, that image and the next image as well, please. You remember this PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, Mr. Mader had asked us to put that together. If I recall correctly, I believe this is maybe around the time that Mr. McKinnon is in the general manager role or acting general manager role. And so he wanted to us to put this together to be able to provide to Mr. McKinnon to give him some background information on things.
Okay. And did Mr. Warren take the pen first in preparing this presentation?
Yes.
And did you review it before it was sent to Mr. Mader and then circulated?
Yes, I would have reviewed it.
Registrar, can you pull up image 9 and image 18, please? So each slide has references to staff reports or safety reports or resolutions. It's a lengthy presentation. The two I brought up are about the SEMA reports in 2013 and 2015. And on both, it says pavement friction testing or conduct pavement friction testing. It's listed as complete. Did you personally take any steps to confirm that that information was accurate as you were reviewing the draft of this presentation?
No, and our position was that based on the previous comments, our understanding was the work had been completed and Mr. Moore was reviewing it.
Okay.
There was no further follow-up.
Registrar, could you close that down? Could you close image 9 and bring up, pardon me, close image 18 and bring up image 10? And could you call that out? Sorry, apologies. Actually, I called up the wrong thing. Can you close that down? You can bring up image 10 on one side and image 11 on the other side. And if you don't have to call them out, you can call it image 11, please. Thanks. So 5 lines down here, and this is again, we're going back to 2013. It says install high friction pavement. And that was particular to the to ramp 5. And it says incomplete. Do you recall having any discussions with anyone in the preparation of this presentation to confirm whether or not the high friction pavement had been installed on ramp 5?
I don't recall specifically, no, but we knew it had not been completed because we would have been aware of a pavement project, obviously, on the Red Hill, and we were never notified that that work had been completed.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. What do you recall about the tone of this meeting on May 1, 2017, if anything?
From what I recall, it was somewhat of a briefing to bring, I guess, Mr. McKinnon sort of up to speed on the Red Hill and the issues that the staff have been dealing with, and obviously the action items that were in there.
Okay, and I asked specifically about tone. Was there any tension in this meeting?
No, not that I recall, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall any other meetings with Mr. Moore that addressed friction testing in and around this time, so the spring of 2017?
And not specifically. As I think I mentioned before, we used to have project coordination meetings, which was where engineering would talk about various construction projects, what was coming, etc. There were discussions, again, I don't remember the specific timings or dates, but I know there were still discussions in there about repaving projects for the parkways, and they had done studies, but it was the same sort of information that they were still reviewing data and doing testing and things like that.
Okay, and at those meetings, did friction testing come up?
Only, like I said, just in general, that the testing had been done and they were reviewing the results. There's no standard in Canada. We're trying to figure out what this means, and that was about it. Nothing
Okay,
further.
so just that I'm very clear on your evidence, at project coordination meetings where engineering would talk about various construction projects, Mr. Moore raised that there was friction testing results and he was trying to determine the analysis and that there was no standard on friction. Just summarizing what you just said, is that right?
Yes, I can't say specifically it was Mr. Moore. It would have been someone in engineering. And again, I don't remember the specific dates, but I do recall the discussions coming up about the parkways.
Okay, if it wasn't Mr. Moore, who else would it have been?
Well, project coordination was a very large group. There is probably 25 staff from various departments. There would have been multiple staff from engineering. Mike Beck, Susan Jacobs, I think Mr. Odie used to attend, Mr. Andoga, Mr. Sadawi at the time when he was there. So
Okay.
it could have been any one of them that actually brought it up.
Okay, and are those meetings minuted?
I believe they were, yes. I
Okay,
believe Miss, I want to say Miss, no, it wasn't. I can't remember specifically who took the minutes.
okay, so it's your evidence that in meetings with 25 staff, someone raised the fact that there was friction testing results and engineering services was rating on an analysis of them?
From what I recall, like I said, they didn't go into detail of what results were. Again, they were looking at it and investigating further.
Specifically friction testing, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you give me any sense of the time frame of this? Was it 2017, 2018?
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. And in the context of what project did those discussions come up?
It would have been through the discussions on the Parkway projects and how they were going to, what type of work they were going to complete. So would it be a shave and pave? Would it be a full reconstruction, etc.?
Okay. You have said a few times it would have been this, it would have been that, which strikes me as you might be trying to talk about normal practices rather than a recollection. Do you have a particular recollection that at a project coordination meeting, the issue of friction testing results in particular came up?
Yes, I recall again, I just don't remember the dates.
Okay. Do you recall having any other meetings, particularly with Mr. Moore, Mr. Mader, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. White, in which Mr. Moore provided information about friction testing results?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, can you call up OD7, page 157? In the last paragraph on this page, we're still in March of 2017. You emailed Mr. Malone, RHVP design speed, and you said in our meeting the other day, did I hear correctly that design speed for the Red Hill was 100 kilometers? Just stopping there first. So this is 2017. What meetings are you having with SEMA at this point? For what project?
I don't recall specifically what those meetings were. Yeah, I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Why are you asking Mr. Malone about design speed? And recall, we're still at the point in time where you're talking about scope for repaving with Mr. Andoga.
Yeah, well, based on what I'm reading there, we had this, I remember we had some type of meeting. I don't remember the specific details around it, but I do remember there was a comment about the design speed. And this was something that we had been trying to actually look into for some time as to what the actual design speed was, because that obviously assists in setting your posted speed limits. And so obviously he made some comment was made about 100 kilometers an hour as the design speed. And so I'm just questioning him on, I want to confirm that that is what he actually said.
Okay. You said that you had been looking into this for some time. To whom were you making inquiries about the design speed?
I know we had asked engineering about it, what the design speed was. So the whole background of this was, should we be looking at reducing the speed limit? So we wanted to know what the design speed was, and we were trying to obtain clarification on what the actual design speed was. And up to this point, our assumption was that the design speed was 110, 120. And so now, obviously, Mr. Malone had made some type of comment with respect to 100 kilometers.
Okay. And so why, you'll put it this way, design speed is set out in design documents for a road. Is that generally correct, or at least what you assumed?
Correct. That's how you design your facility, based on a certain design speed, yes.
And who in engineering services did you ask about what the design speed was?
Again, it would have been Mr. Moore or Mr. Odie.
And why were you going to Mr. Malone? Didn't Mr. Moore and Mr. Audie, weren't they positioned to provide that information to you?
We had never been provided an actual response with respect to what that design speed was.
Did you think that was curious that you didn't get a response on this?
It was unusual, yes.
Registrar, can you go to page 182, please? And if you can call it 526, pardon me, 528. This is an email that you're not copied on. It's Ms. Graham to Mr. Moore, but she says, Martin and Dave met with a reporter from the spec yesterday to go over safety improvements along the link in the Red Hill. Do you recall meeting with a reporter, I believe it was Nicole O'Reilly, on May 25?
Yes, I believe we met in Mr. White's office.
Okay, and Ms. Graham says to Mr. Moore the next day, they did not answer some questions relating to lighting and pavement and have referred the reporter to you. What did the reporter ask you about the pavement?
Yeah, I don't remember specifically.
Did she ask you about friction testing?
I don't recall.
Okay. Coming out of the interview or the discussion that you had with the reporter from the spec, did you understand that the Spectator was interested in RHVP friction test results?
Again, I don't recall specifically. I know the spec was interested in the parkways in general. Obviously, there was the press itself reporting on the parkways and various issues or concerns that were brought up. So,
Registrar, you can close that call. I don't know if you can go to the next page, please. And you were not copied on this, but just in terms of narrative, Ms. O'Reilly emailed Councillor Connolly on May 30th and said, if you can, I'm interested in info on pavement friction testing conducted on the Red Hill. Again, you're not copied on that email. 2 days later, on June 1, Councillor Connolly's assistant, Mr. Roberick, emailed you under the subject line RHVP pavement friction, copying Councillor Connolly, and asked, was there pavement friction testing done on the Red Hill last year? And if so, what were the results? Thanks. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Roberick, or was this all by email?
No, it was all email.
And you had any discussions with Councillor Connolly about this, or was it also just email exchanges?
Yeah, I never talked to Councillor Connolly on it. It was just through his admin assistant.
Okay, but all by email, there was no phone calls?
Correct.
Okay, so on that same day, you responded to Mr. Roberick, copying Councillor Connolly, and you copied in Mr. Moore and said, I have copied Gary on this email. Why did you copy Mr. Moore on this email rather than going to Mr. Moore and seeking the results that Mr. Roberick was looking for?
Again, as we've discussed previously, Mr. Moore is responsible for those works and those studies and has a background in that type of material and information. So it would be more appropriate for him to be able to respond and provide that information and any summary type that needs to be provided.
Okay, apart from copying Mr. Moore into this email exchange, did you take any other steps to assist the counselor or his assistant to obtain these results?
No.
Did you follow up with Gary Moore afterwards to confirm that he was dealing with Counselor Connolly?
No, that's not my job.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and can you go to, I'm gonna go to paragraph 547. Let me just double check that page number. Page 186, please. Thank you. Ms. O'Reilly emailed you, we're now in June 21. You met with her first on May 25. And she says to you and to Mr. White, I was finally able to talk to Mr. Moore today about RHV pavement and lighting and now have a couple of follow-up questions. And she referenced the repaving work for the downbound lanes next year and upbound lanes in 2018. And that was your understanding of the schedule for the repaving?
Yes, it would have been, yes.
She also says, what does the repaving mean for considering a median barrier system? Do you recall what response, if any, you gave her?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that down. So that's June 21. In fact, there's actually, it seems like discussions amongst city staff about barriers around this time. Registrar, if you can go to page 157, please. Pardon me, 158. So you'll see in June, this is the bottom of the page. And Registrar, could you bring up 159 as well, please? Mr. Warren emailed Mr. Vala, project manager, and he says, thanks for the opportunity to sit down and discuss the upcoming contract for improvements to NB, northbound RHVP. And then he sets out 5 bullet points. Do you recall sitting down with those in engineering services and Mr. Warren to discuss traffic ops and engineering's scope that they wanted to add?
I don't believe I was at that meeting.
Okay. Mr. Warren references their traffic ops and engineering's recommendation for a type M steel beam guide rail system on both sides of the median. So just for lay people to understand, is a steel beam guide rail system, is that a median barrier or is that something else? I'm sorry, I can call it out for you. I may not have been clear where it is.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
It's at the bottom of page 158.
Yeah, so that's essentially a full length barrier.
It's a median barrier.
Correct.
And it's a steel beam median barrier. Is that the same as a high tension cable median barrier?
No, that's your standard, what you would see is a standard steel beam barrier.
That the recommendation here is a steel beam barrier, whereas a high tension cable, that's just a cable that runs along. Correct. Rather than actually a piece of steel.
Correct.
So Troy, can you close that, please? Close the call out. And then in addition to that recommendation in number 5 on page 159, Mr. Warren also provides some suggestions on marking off ramps as single lanes and modifications to how the off ramps are going to be organized. Do you remember having discussions with Mr. Warren about that before he recommended it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what was the rationale for suggesting that that off ramp should be single lane exits?
So the primary one with that was the northbound off ramp to Mud Street and I believe at that time Stone Church Road. The configuration wasn't well laid out, and so there was a weaving issues occurring because people would be getting in the wrong lane, and so we wanted to restripe the off ramp so that it was a single off ramp. Currently, it's 2 lanes, and we wanted to create it as a single lane so that we didn't have that weaving issue occurring.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up the next page, 160 and 161, please? So a few days later, you respond, and I think you reference the rationale that you've just described for the marking all off ramp as single lane exits, and that's sort of in the middle of page 160. And then at the bottom of that email, you say one additional question. See that, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Can we please confirm that if we're also repaving the ramps? We've had a number of requests from the public and area councillor related to the off ramp on Stone Church Upper Red Hill, and a number of collisions occurring. And so by this point, and you said, if we are repaving the ramps, then we believe this may address this collision concern. Why did you think, and let me actually give you the full sentence, might want to add some additional pavement friction on the ramp? Why did you want clarity about whether the repaving on these ramps were happening?
So that ramp specifically is identified in our collision data as a top location, and so we wanted to get the work done on it. It's a tight alignment in terms of a curve coming through there, and over the years we had a number of runoff the road collisions occurring there, so we wanted to get that location addressed.
Okay. And you go on to say, if we aren't repaving, then I would recommend that we add a guide rail through this section. So again, just for lay people, when you reference a guide rail, is that a median barrier, or is that just a steel piece on the side of the ramp?
Yeah, so I think so. A median barrier can be anything, right? It can be the cables, it can be steel guardrail, it could be concrete, right? Just for clarification. So we're essentially asking or want to consider a guide rail that goes around the curve, obviously to help from not having vehicles run off the roadway.
Okay.
So it's a form of a barrier.
Okay. But rather than in the middle and a median, as you'd have with many lanes, it's on the side. Is that right?
Correct. So you're addressing that curvature where people would be running off the roadway.
Okay. And you'll see at the bottom of 160, the top of 161, Mr. Andoga responds. And he says, upon further review, we will proceed with the project scope as outlined in your email. We are assuming the request for mentioned the placement of continuous guardrail and or previous discussion surrounding lighting improvements will not be required. Council direction as well as any funding source would be required for any such enhancements. So that's what Mr. Andoga says. And Mr. White then forwards that email to you, copying Mr. Mader. And he says, they are stating that they are rejecting the center barrier and the street lighting as they are not required unless we provide a funding source and get council approval. And then you respond, I would concur. They are saying the barriers and the lighting are not required. And then Mr. White asks Mr. Mader at the very bottom, do you wish us to pursue this barriers? And he says, as Dave suggests below, which is that you would say we're going to respond by stating that the Transportation Division requires the inclusion of barriers as originally submitted in the previous scope. So just so that I'm clear, I know that back in the SEMA report, there was a recommendation for median barriers, which were continuous over the course of the entire parkway. Is that right?
Yes, that's something that they reviewed. I believe, if I recall correctly, it was identified as optional. I don't think it was fully warranted. So it was in the reports, yes.
Okay, so that's continuous. And then your suggestion in the scope was to put a guide rail in two particular locations, one on the Link and one on the Red Hill. Is that right?
Is that the scope on the left-hand side? Submitted?
No, that would be that email from Mr. Warren initially after the meeting that you said you didn't attend. I can take you back to it.
If you could.
Sure, just give me one moment. Page 158. So Mr. Warren says a steel beam guide rail on both sides of the median. And so just stopping there, that's what he says in June. But back in March, you had said, let's put them in on two particular locations, one on the Link and one on the Red Hill.
Yeah, so what, again, I mean, those original comments, I knew there was questions around the need for the barriers. So my previous comments were, okay, well, let's try and identify locations that we've identified and at least try and get in partial installations. But the final scope as submitted by Jason on our behalf is for essentially a full Parkway installation.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then so going forward from here, and let's just go back to where we were a moment ago at 162 and 163, please. Thank you, Registrar. So you go from suggesting a limited section to Mr. Warren suggesting a steel beam for the entire section. And then there's the back and forth between Mr. White and you about engineering services. And you'll see at the top of 162, Mr. Mader says, hold on a second, guys. I thought the barriers were suggested in the SEMA report to be done in conjunction with the widening. The question of lighting is restricted by the environmental conditions. Let's discuss before we respond. And going forward from here, first one, do you recall discussions with Mr. Mader about continuing to advocate for a medium barrier?
Yes.
And what was his view on that?
His view was that, I mean, Mr. Mader was always very supportive of the works and things that we requested. However, his position was really it's a decision that needs to come down from engineering, and whether it's required. It was identified that it would be something that was reviewed as part of the TMP. by us adding the comment, we're kind of circumventing that process, because we're saying don't wait for the TMP. We're recommending it now. So I believe he was concerned about that we were circumventing that. And the other part to it all is, the barriers, it's not just a case where you can drop barriers in. There is a lot of engineering and design work that needs to take place to make sure it's done correctly. So I think his position was it really needs to be vetted by engineering rather than us just making the comment.
Okay. And so from that, did traffic ops and engineering pull from its proposed scope the reference to median barriers?
I don't remember specifically. Do you have a copy of the final scope submission?
So, well, what I can take you to is at 163 at the bottom. It's under number 6, to be discussed further. Registrar, I don't know if you can see that at the bottom of 163. To be discussed further, we have conducted, so this is, I think, a cut and paste from your earlier comments. And it says to be discussed further. I don't know if that is helpful, but you sort of reverted back to 2 segments. And I'm just asking, in the interest of time, if you recall where all of this landed in terms of median barriers in the scope discussions.
If I recall correctly, I know some barriers were extended somewhat, some existing barriers, but there was no installation of a full barrier system as we had been recommending.
Okay. And sitting here today in 2022, there isn't a continuous median barrier system on the Red Hill, is there?
No, there's not.
Registrar, can you go to page 168, please? At 496 and 497. So this is in August, and it's about, again, the installation of barriers. And Mr. Mader says, pardon me, Ms. Wunderlich says to Mr. Mader, FYI, according to Gary, it is a traffic issue. That is the installation of barriers. And Mr. Mader replies, adding, Mr. White, according to Gary, everything is a traffic issue. In your department, did you view the installation of median barriers as the responsibility ultimately of engineering services, or was it the responsibility of traffic operations and engineering to advocate for the use of median barriers?
Well, we would advocate, obviously, for the barriers as we've done through the scoping process, but the final decision making is part of engineering.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 186, please? Pardon me, 188, please. On July 15, Ms. O'Reilly, the spec published Ms. O'Reilly's article titled Highway Traffic Strategies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? It appears that this is the article that comes out of the discussions that you had with Ms. O'Reilly and Mr. White. Did you review this article when it was published?
I believe I did. I don't remember specifically, but I believe I read it.
Okay. In it, there's reference to, there's quotations from Mr. Moore, and there's reference to friction testing. And what is in the third line of this excerpt at 554, there is, and Registrar, could you highlight that? There's no official report, Moore says, only an informal chart sent in an email in December of 2015. Friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive. Prior to July of 2017, Had Mr. Moore ever conveyed to you that the tests that he had were an informal chart?
No,
And had he conveyed to you that the tests, that the results were inconclusive?
no,
In that same article, 2 lines down, all we got was an indication that we should do further work. Had Mr. Moore ever conveyed to you that he had received any indication from friction testing results that we should do further work?
sorry, what line are you on?
I'm 2 down from the highlighted section. Registrar, if you could highlight that as well. It's a quote from Mr. Moore. All we got was an indication that we should do further work, Moore said. Prior to July of 2017, had Mr. Moore conveyed to you that the friction test results had an indication that we should do further work?
No, and I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
That's fine. So Mr. Moore says, all we got, and I'm going to say, all we got, all Mr. Moore understood from the friction testing results was that there was an indication that we should do further work. Had Mr. Moore ever conveyed to you that the friction test results that he had indicated that the city should do further work?
Yeah, I guess my question is what is further work?
I'm trying to stick very closely to the quote from Mr. Moore. Did Mr. Moore ever convey to you that the friction test results or the analysis that he was waiting on suggested that the city should be doing any other kind of work flowing from the results?
So how I'm reading this, and based on comments from engineering, was further work was them looking into what the results meant. I know they were doing like core sampling and investigating the core samples and things like that. I suspect that's what is being referred to here.
Okay. So you were aware that there was some core sampling. Did you understand that that was further investigation arising from the friction testing results that Mr. Moore had?
No.
Okay. And had Mr. Moore ever conveyed to you that the friction test results suggested doing something further? Anything? Like, did he ever convey anything that suggested the friction testing results suggested some further action?
No, as I said, the only action I was aware of was they were still evaluating the numbers and what they meant, and then doing the samples. That was the only action I was aware of.
Okay. Mr. Moore is also quoted as saying it was moot when we decided to go ahead with repaving. And Ms. O'Reilly writes, this isn't a quote attributable to Mr. Moore in the line just immediately above that. Instead of doing further testing, as was recommended, the city has decided to pave. Did you understand that the purpose of the repaving was to address the potential for let me say that again. Did you understand that the purpose of the repaving was to avoid completing further testing or further work arising from the friction tests?
No.
Did you understand there was any connection with the decision to repave and the results of the friction testing or the core sampling?
No.
Would it have been helpful for traffic ops and engineering to know that there was a report that suggested that further investigation of friction levels was warranted on the Red Hill?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Would it have been helpful for traffic ops and engineering to know that there was a report that suggested further investigation of friction levels was warranted on the Red Hill?
I mean, it would be, again, beneficial in the end to have a final information in terms of what it all means. Is it passed? Is it failed? Inconclusive? Whatever it may be. Obviously, because we're doing a road safety and we're trying to determine what is causing collisions. And so it's identified in our reports with SEMA for additional or for testing, friction testing to be completed. So, I mean, if the roadway is staying as is, would it be beneficial? Yes, because then hopefully engineering can provide us with a final answer on the conditions.
Would it have altered your analysis of the safety improvements that should be put in over time from 2015 onward if you had known that there was a report that indicated further investigation of friction levels was warranted?
No, because we've already, as I said before, it was already identified in our SEMA report for friction testing, so it wouldn't have changed.
Okay. In October of 2017, a registrar, actually, can you bring up HAM 26463? And can you call out both of these emails just because the font's a bit small? Thanks. So this is an email that includes first Mr. White to you and Mr. Mader about barriers saving lives at the bottom. And then you respond and you copy in Jasmine. And you reference doing an interview on Thursday morning. Registrar, I'm sorry, can you close this call out and open it up again, but having the date and the recipients? Thank you. So again, just so that you can see, Mr. Ferguson, this is October of 2017. So you say you're doing an interview and that you've gone into the weeds of the report and completed the following. And then you reference references to the link between 2008 and 2014, the Red Hill between 2008 and July 2015, and you're referencing the crossover collisions or median related collisions. And just skipping down. So the discussion becomes spending 10 million to install a barrier to address crossover collisions, which are represented at 6% and 3%. If the true concern of traffic safety is on the table, then we need to look beyond the crossover collisions and identify what the true issues are. Here are the things we know to be true. And then you reference direct relations of collisions to vehicle speeds and aggressive driving. The reference to police targeted enforcement on the facilities and that 95% of the violations were attributed to speeding. The police chief reporting that a majority of fatal collisions occurring in Hamilton are related to vehicle speeds, aggressive driving, and distracted driving, and the OPP making a similar conclusion. So here, those are things that you say you know to be true, and it strikes me in reading your words that your view is that the real issue on the Parkway, the Red Hill, is speeding in October of 2017. Is that correct?
Driver behavior issues, yeah.
Would your assessment have changed if you had further information that friction testing had been done and that a consultant had recommended doing further investigation of the friction values that they had found.
No.
Why not?
Well, one is, I don't understand what further evaluation is. You need to have specific information as to whether something has passed, failed, or is inconclusive. The other section to this is, and I know we had discussions internally about this, because obviously the pavement condition would come up on a regular basis with especially the public and the press. We have, I think the average daily traffic was something like 70,000 vehicles per day or something like that. So if we were saying that if pavement is truly the issue, then we should be expecting a high level of more collisions, essentially pileups occurring under wet conditions. But what we were seeing was it was one or two collisions. So what is it about those one or two collisions that are occurring that the other 69,998 vehicles don't go through? So, and everything from the reports and studies we had done was all pointing back to driver behavior. We also had a very good working relationship with Hamilton Police Services, and their comments were that the collisions, the primary issue around the collisions on the Red Hill or the parkways in general, was a result of driver behavior.
Thank you. In terms of Hamilton Police Services and their comments, they're seeing that they can do violations for speeds. They can assess how many people are speeding, but what analysis, what expertise do they bring to an analysis of the of why collisions are occurring? Is that part of the police role?
Yeah, so when a major collision occurs, they do an investigative report.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have that information within those reports and work on a conclusion as to why a certain collision occurred, what occurred as part of that collision. So they would have that information.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you go back to OD7, page 190, please? And can you call out 560 to the bottom of the page, please? Thank you. So we're in July of 2017. This is just a few days after Ms. O'Reilly has released that article, just to follow on that chronology. Ms. Crawford from a law clerk at Shillington's law firm emailed you under the subject line Hamilton Mello Lee Barlow. And she says, as you will likely recall, we represent the city with respect to several accidents on the link in the Red Hill. We would like to arrange a telephone conference with you to review the roads, the recent friction studies completed by the city, and the proposed road work. Can you advise if you have time to discuss the matter with us over the next couple of days, in a couple of weeks? And it seemed like your email was full, and so one of your colleagues forwarded it to you, and then you respond on the 25th. Kim provided me with a copy of your email. If you want to send me a date in the next couple of weeks, I can talk to you about it. When it comes to friction testing, Gary Moore, Director of Engineering, should be approached, as I have not seen the results, nor have I been involved in the process. And Ms. Crawford responds, perhaps we should first talk to Mr. Gary Moore regarding the friction test, as you have not been involved in that process. Some questions arising from this email exchange. What was your role in this litigation before July 2017?
I don't believe I had any involvement.
Okay. I can tell you Mr. Cooper ends up being the city's representative in examinations for discovery. Does that assist you with what role you had in this litigation, really at any point?
Yeah, so our process was Mr. Cooper would primarily deal with litigations. I would only be involved if I was asked for specifically to be involved. But otherwise, Mr. Cooper would handle the litigations.
Okay. Why did you direct Ms. Crawford to Mr. Moore instead of obtaining information from him to send to her?
Again, as I've said before, and Mr. Moore is the person responsible for the friction testing and is familiar with what's going on in that area. And it would be more appropriate for him to be able to, for them to talk to Mr. Moore. Even if it goes into, obviously discoveries, it wouldn't be something that I would talk to. They would have to obviously talk to Mr. Moore about it. I wouldn't be able to answer any of their questions.
Did you reach out to Mr. Moore and give him a heads up that you had directed Shillington's toward to him?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Did you learn at any point from Ms. Crawford or anyone else at Shillington's that Mr. Moore had given them further information about friction test results?
I don't recall.
I'm going to stop there because I know it's been a long morning. We're about to take a break. And I'm just going to ask that question again, just to make sure that you can really think through your memory on this one. Did you learn at any point from Ms. Crawford or anyone else at Shillington's that Mr. Moore had given them further information about friction testing results?
Yeah, I don't recall at all.
Is that to say you don't recall either way whether you had any discussions with Ms. Crawford or Shillington's about this issue? About friction test results coming out of this email exchange?
Yeah, I don't recall that at all. I don't believe I did. I don't.
Okay. It's always hard when you say I don't recall, because that,
I know.
as every time I've asked you, when you say I don't recall at all, is that to say you are confident that Ms. Crawford or anyone at Shillington's did not convey that information to you?
Correct.
Or you can't recall either way whether you had any discussion and learned that information from Ms. Crawford?
Yeah, I'll say I don't believe I was informed that they had received that material from Mr. Moore.
Okay. Did you discuss Ms. Crawford's request to discuss friction tests with anyone superior to you? Mr. White, Mr. Mader?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I'm looking at the time and I've gone a few minutes after our usual break. It's now 11:30 and I would propose that we take a 15-minute break.
Sure. All right. So we'll return at 10 to 12.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, I'm going to take you now to a staff report that I believe you were involved in preparing that went to the Public Works Committee on January 15, 2018. Registrar, can you bring up OD 8, page 9, please? The draft staff report was for a Public Works Committee meeting that was originally scheduled for December 4, 2017, and then later rescheduled to January 15, 2018. I think you said in your evidence on our last day that there's quite a lag period between the preparation of a report and the actual public works date. Is that right?
Correct.
Registrar, can you go to page 9 of the same document, please? Pardon me, page 12 of this document, please. So I'm going to take you to the draft of this moment, but just in terms of the back and forth, you'll see at paragraph 22, in November of 2017, you emailed Mr. White an updated version following some comments he made on the staff report. And then Mr. White, in paragraph 23, forwarded the draft report to Ms. Matthews-Malone in operations and Mr. Moore, and said, attached is the final draft of the report and was sending to John for review. Please provide any comments you may have as soon as possible. This will go to the December 4 PWC, but we're a bit late, so I think it will have to go in January. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 45964, please? And that's the email back and forth. Registrar, you can close that down. And can you go to HAM 26494, please? Thank you. So this is quite a lengthy report, and you'll see there's a number of different recommendations, the last of which is to take some items off the outstanding business list. Mr. Ferguson, do you recall being involved in the drafting of this quite comprehensive update on a number of issues relating to the link and the Red Hill?
Not specifically, but I suspect I was.
Let's say prepared by you and Mr. White. You'll see there's a number of recommendations. I'm just going to sort of go through them. The first is that staff undertake an annual traffic count program. What was the purpose of counting traffic?
Well, there's a number of reasons. One is obviously to monitor traffic conditions, volumes, and be able to analyze how volumes and speeds are growing or what's going on within the facilities.
Okay. Was that already planned as part of the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Program annual report to do traffic counts, or would this be something new?
No, this was something new.
Okay. Was that relating to wanting to know more about whether to widen the road, or was it for some other purpose?
That would have been one of the purposes.
What are other purposes of having traffic counts as it relates to the work that you do?
As it relates to what we do, we're primarily looking at the speed data to see how the facility is operating, identifying congestion periods, etc.
Okay, so does the annual traffic count program that's set out in that first recommendation, would that include speed data or just number of vehicles?
No, we would include speed data as part of those. The devices that do the traffic counts also record the speed data, so we would include that as part of it.
Okay. The second recommendation is to implement the short and medium term collision countermeasures that are set in Appendix B. I'm going to come to that in a moment. The third is an annual detailed collision analysis as part of the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Program annual report. So just stopping there, it was the practice of traffic operations and engineering to do regular collision analysis on the Link and the Red Hill by December of 2017? Had that become part of your practice?
No.
And was the expectation of having an annual detailed collision analysis of these parkways intended to be published or distributed to the public in a report?
Yes. And it was the annual collision report. And just for clarification, it wasn't a specific, it was a section within the annual collision report. Obviously, with the amount of attention on the parkways, I felt it was important to include a section within the annual collision report specific to the parkways to be transparent.
Okay. And the annual collision report and this recommendation here to do an annual detailed collision analysis, were those new practices that your team was going to put in place come in 2017 and going forward?
Correct. So the annual collision report was a brand new program that we had created as part of our Vision Zero action plan.
The inquiry has documents from much earlier, 2007, 2008, where there were reports annually or biannually that had some collision analysis. Am I correct that those had sort of dropped off as a practice of the city for a period of time before 2017?
That's correct.
And so your Vision Zero program would have reinvigorated that kind of reporting?
Correct.
There's a reference to continue that the police will continue to deal with speed. The next recommendation is that median barriers be installed in coordination with any future widening of the facilities. So just stopping there, you'll recall on your last day of evidence that the median barriers had been a measure that would be assessed, that would be deferred pending the finalization of the TMP, including whether or how to widen. Is this recommendation here different?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay. As I read it, does this, or maybe as you read it, if you could tell me, does this recommendation, if accepted, mean that council had pre-approved that median barriers would be installed if widening happened?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have any discussion with Mr. Moore about this recommendation before Mr. White sent the draft to him?
Well, the previous discussion with respect to the barriers was obviously one, we weren't sure what was going to occur with the parkways in terms of a widening, and so that's why it was sort of put on hold until the TMP could be completed and an evaluation of the parkways to determine what the plan would be in terms of widening, etc. Obviously, there was a quite extensive cost to install the barriers, and so I believe the feeling was that if you were to put the barriers in now, and then 5 years from now you decide you're going to widen the roadway, we're essentially it's a $10 million throwaway cost because you're going to have to rebuild the barriers to meet the current design standards. So that was kind of the thinking around it.
Okay. And were you involved in the status of the assessment of whether the parkways could be widened as part of the TMP?
No, our transportation planning group, I believe, was doing the analysis on that.
So this is quite a long report. I'm not going to go through it in any particular detail, but I do want to take you just through a couple of pages just to refresh your memory about what this is, what this covers. Registrar, can you go to page 3 and 4, please? So there's an executive summary, then there's a reference to capacity, and then there's a reference to the TMP and widening, and on page 4 in the second full paragraph. And they go through a fair bit of detail about the city's attempts to contact the MTO to investigate the need, the ability and the need for widening. Registrar, can you go down to 5 and 6, please? And then there's references to comparing the collisions on the Link and the Red Hill, including the chart that's on the left-hand side. And you'll see at the bottom, both safety reports identified that collisions are occurring as a result of speeding, aggressive driving, following too close, distracted driving, and driving too fast for weather conditions. And there's a reference to the police conclusions that 90% of violations were directly relating to speeding. So what we were talking about just before our break. On the next page, on page 6, the right-hand side, there's reference to crossover collisions being quite a small proportion of collisions. I'm, Mr. Ferguson, just taking you through this to refresh your memory. You had said earlier you couldn't quite recall whether you've been involved in the preparation, having gone through just the first few pages. Do you recall that you were involved in the drafting and review of this report?
Yes, I would have written this report.
I'm not going to go through all of it, but I am going to take you to the appendices, which are a different document. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 26493, please? So this is one of the appendices, and you'll see that it has, we've seen versions of this chart before and at earlier stages. It has the nature of the status of the completion. It also has the lead department. Did you want to identify which department would have lead over the various safety measures that were upcoming?
Sorry, you want me to read through this?
No, I said, did you want to identify which department would have lead over the various safety measures that were upcoming?
Yes, I did.
Was that to ensure that it was really clear to everybody, whose department was responsible for what?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the kind of information that generally goes to the Public Works Committee, or is that as part of the planning amongst the different departments within Public Works?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was something you kind of see this sort of layout in the last couple of reports. And my mindset was I just wanted to make it clear who was responsible for what.
Okay. On this 4 from the bottom, it says conduct pavement friction testing completed. Did you take any steps as you were drafting this document to contact Mr. Moore to confirm if friction testing should be noted as completed?
I'm going to say no. We've already identified that it's been completed in a number of the previous reports, and so it was just a continuation of that.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back to HAM 26493? This is back to the report. And image 7, please. So we're still looking at your draft, but at the top, you'll see it says there are 2 additional outstanding motions: a speed limit reduction feasibility study, and then photo radar. So on that first one, do you recall being aware of the speed limit reduction feasibility study that was undertaken as a result of this outstanding motion that's referenced here?
Yes.
Were you the project manager on that project?
I believe Mr. DeClaire was dealing with that.
Okay. And can you remind me, what was Mr. DeClaire's title at the time? The project manager?
I believe he was a senior project manager.
Okay. What was your role if you were not the project manager, if any, on what I'm going to call the speed study?
My role is primarily a higher level role. I sort of assign the work to the staff, and the staff go off and do their work and get them done, make sure that we have the budget to complete the works, etc. That's
Okay.
my primary role.
In terms of the photo radar, I think we spoke about this earlier. This is in the middle of this page 7. There was a outstanding motion about photo radar that said specifically, when provincial legislation permits the establishment of photo radar, staff are going to be directed to consider it and to report back, and to consider whether making the Parkways a community safety zone for these purposes. So I just want to raise that. We're in December 2017, and you had said earlier that that photo radar had been something that had been considered prior to this time. And as of December 2017, it hadn't been implemented or moved forward in any way. Is that fair to say?
Correct. The provincial regulations weren't put in place for automated speed enforcement until 2020, 2021 operations.
Registrar, you can close this, and can you go back to OD8, page 13, please? So you recall when we first got into this document that Mr. White had sent the draft report to Ms. Matthews-Malone and to Mr. Moore, and you'll see at the bottom of this page, Ms. Matthews-Malone responds and says, only comment is to change roads to operations or operations division, and says tough one to read, but a tough one to write, but an easy read. Thanks for the opportunity to review. To your recollection, did Mr. Moore provide any comments on the draft that Mr. White had circulated?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm just going to go back to the speed study, the feasibility study that we were just looking at, and that motion. You had said you were at sort of a high level. Registrar, can you close down OD8, and can you go to HAM 12308, please? We have in the inquiry a number of copies of a speed study that SEMA prepared for the city of Hamilton in 2018. Was this speed study the outcome of the motion that we were just looking at for the feasibility study?
It may have. I can't say specifically.
Okay. Is that because you can't recall, or you think that there's something else that was related to the feasibility study?
Yeah, I just don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next 2 pages, images 2 and 3? Pardon me, 4 and 5. I'm not going to take you through all of this, Mr. Ferguson, but to attempt to refresh your memory, the table of contents of the SEMA speed study report has a listing of methodologies for setting speed limits, some data collection about different methodologies and speed differentials, and a summary and recommendations. Does that refresh your memory about this report and how it related to the motion for a feasibility study about speed limits?
Yes, it's related to that. Yes.
Okay. The inquiry has documentation that suggests that Mr. Cooper was the person who was primarily involved at a project manager level. You had said earlier you thought it was Mr. DeClaire. Having seen the table of contents, can you confirm does your evidence stand that it was Mr. DeClaire who was involved?
No, correct. It would have been Mr. Cooper. I was thinking of a different study. Sorry.
That's okay. Registrar, can you go to, let me just make sure I have the image number right. Image 6, please. So just taking you to the background of this and the scope of work, again, just to refresh your memory, the city initiated the project to establish a reasonable and safe speed limit along the link. It says under the scope of work, and it says the major tasks were undertaken to collect speed data, to review and evaluate methodologies for setting speed limits, and to select a preferred approach and recommendations for posted speed limits based on observed traffic along the 2 highways. In terms of this other safety reviews that we have looked at during your evidence, do you recall, was the approach that SEMA was taking for the speed studies different in that it really related more to the methodologies for setting speed limits rather than to looking at the particular circumstances on the parkways? Is that a fair characterization of this compared to other reports?
Yes.
Registrar, can you go to image 41, please? And if you can bring up 42 as well, please. So I've just jumped over a fair bit of back and forth about an analysis of different methodologies that one might use to determine the appropriate, how to set the appropriate speed limit, to the recommendations, summary and recommendations. And there are 3 bullets of findings. Do you recall reviewing, we're in this draft report when it was circulated to the city from SEMA?
I would have reviewed it, yes.
And do you recall that for the Red Hill, you'll see in the second bullet, the proposed path forward was to maintain the existing posted speed limit of 90 kilometers an hour?
That's correct, yes.
And from here, did you expect that the next step would be to finalize this report and to have a staff report that would send it to Public Works for approval.
I don't recall if there was a staff report that had to go to committee.
I was thinking more about what your practices would be, given that all the back and forth we've had about other SEMA reports. But that would be the next step in the usual course in dealing with a consultant's report. Is that fair?
I mean, it would have been the practice would have been, it would have been identified at some point, whether it was another summary report or something like that. We would have included it as part of that for sure.
Do you recall that Mr. Cooper did in fact prepare a draft recommendation report summarizing SEMA's conclusions in the speed study?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to OD 9, page 43. Just moving away from the speed study and into some of the other events that were happening on the Parkway around this time. In 2018, there was a progress meeting for the speed limit study, the one we were just looking at the draft from October. Registrar, can you bring up page 44, please? And if you can call it 106, actually just call it the minutes. Thank you. So I didn't take you through the entirety of the speed limit study that SEMA prepared. There is some reference to collision history analysis in that draft report. Here, so this is a progress report from July before that draft that we were just looking at. And I don't think you were at this meeting, but it does say an overrepresentation of wet pavement related collisions may be alleviated by upcoming pavement rehabilitation project. So just stopping there, do you recall that in the speed limit study, SEMA again found that there was an overrepresentation of wet pavement related collisions?
Yes, they would have, yeah.
And Registrar, can you just close this, call it out for a moment? Mr. Ferguson, just so that you can see, this is minutes of a meeting attended by Mr. Cooper, Mr. DeClaire, Mr. Melendez, and folks from SEMA. So I just wanted to ensure that, at least to my knowledge, you were not at this meeting, so you may not know about this. Registrar, can you open out the same, can you call out the minutes again? So at that meeting, there's a reference in the minutes that a lower priority should be given to the weather warning system. And I think that relates to that rain activated flashing light beacon. Am I correct in my assumption there?
Correct.
And do you recall having discussions with anyone on your team, including those people that I just mentioned who were at this meeting, that a lower priority would be given to that weather warning system because of the upcoming pavement rehabilitation project?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. What about generally? Is there any general discussions about not proceeding with the weather warning system because of the upcoming pavement rehabilitation project?
Again, I suspect we had discussions. I just don't recall it.
Okay. You can close this call out, Registrar. So that's the speed study. The police are also doing enforcements all through this time. Is that on speeding and other issues on the Parkway? Is that fair to say?
I believe so, yes.
Registrar, can you go to page 51 of OD 8? Thank you. And can you bring up 52 as well? So we're jumping around a little bit in time, but we're still in 2018. And the inquiries received information that suggests that there's a good working relationship with the police, as I think you mentioned before, in sharing collision data between the police and the city. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
What was the purpose of providing the police, or maybe can you explain to me exactly what that data sharing looked like and what its intention was?
There was a couple of reasons. One was to ensure that data that was being communicated was consistent between the two organizations. They also had their own internal database that sometimes did not reflect similar to our database. And so I know in a couple of instances we had some inconsistencies. So we would work together to make sure that the information we had was provided to Hamilton Police Services for whatever works they were undertaking.
Okay. And the inconsistencies that you're talking about, was that in terms of how collisions were characterized, or the number of collisions, or some other kind of inconsistency?
Yeah, it could be, how the police, for example, they may code a collision that occurred on the main line, but when you review the collision statistics or the collision report, you identify that it's actually a ramp related collision. So we would modify it to make sure it was correct within our system, but the police would not do that.
Registrar, can you go to page 57, please? Can you pull up 58 as well? And at the bottom, this is in the context of an email that you're sending to Mr. White. At the very bottom, you say HPS provided us with an update on enforcement statistics. From December to February, there's been a total of 8,880 violations. Do you see that right at the bottom?
Yes. Yep.
And over to the next page, it says of these, 48%, 91% were for speeding, and 48 of the total were issued to vehicles exceeding 120 kilometers an hour. And so you may recall, Mr. Ferguson, when you last testified, there was some discussion in 2015 about the speed data that SEMA used in its report, about 500 cars per day going over 140 kilometers an hour. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at the time, I think I asked you, over time, did you see that kind of volume of high speeding cars persisted from 2013 and then into 2015, and now we're in 2018. And at the time when you last testified, you said, I'm not sure. And so maybe I'll ask it now with this information. In your experience between the data collected in 2013, the 500 cars speeding over 140 kilometers an hour per day, was that volume of high speeding cars roughly consistent through your tenure at the city?
Yes.
at the top, and the registrar has helpfully highlighted, that he says officers can't keep up with the number of violations that are occurring. Is it fair to say during this period of time, and right now we're looking at February of 2018, that there was still considerable numbers of violations relating to speeding?
That's correct.
And was that concerning for you from a Vision Zero perspective?
Yes, obviously, yes.
Can you help the inquiry with the connection, if any, between Vision Zero principles and speeding?
Well, obviously the premise of Vision Zero is you're looking to reduce collisions that involve injuries or serious injuries or fatalities. And we know there's a direct correlation between injuries and vehicle speeds. So obviously, when an incident happens where a vehicle is driving at a higher rate of speed, there's a higher chance that serious injuries will occur if a collision is to happen.
Thank you. Registrar, you can, if you could go to page 43 of OD8, please. Could you bring up 42 for me as well, Registrar? Thank you. So apologies for jumping around in time. I really wanted to deal with a few of the other related initiatives relating to the Parkway before getting in to this next topic, which is the collision analysis that you had SEMA complete starting in January of 2018. So the draft Public Works staff report that we were looking at just a few moments ago, that was scheduled to go to the PwC on January 15, 2018. And on January 9, 2018, you emailed 3 staff members at SEMA and said, wondering if you would be able to assist me with this. We're heading back to committee. Right now I'm at the top of page 43. And during the management discussions yesterday, the GM, and just stopping here for a moment, GM, is that Mr. McKinnon?
Yes.
Asked how these numbers compare to other locations. Are we on par with others? And they've asked if it would be possible to have a comparison of similar type roadways. And then you reference a couple of locations: 406, Highway 78, DVP. And then you go on to ask a few other questions, but about a report for a collision relating to the medium barrier. And so, am I correct that this is a smaller scope of a project for SEMA than the safety reviews that they had done in 2013 and 2015?
That's correct.
Had Mr. McKinnon, why was Mr. McKinnon involved in the discussions leading up to the Public Works Committee meeting that led to the retainer of SEMA on this minor project?
At some point when Mr. McKinnon started, there began sort of regular update meetings for Mr. McKinnon. And so he would obviously ask questions and want to know some information. So that's how this came about in that meeting. Mr. McKinnon had asked the question, and this is me following up with SEMA to try and get him the answer.
Okay. Do you know why there were regular update meetings for Mr. McKinnon, as you just mentioned? I mean, what was the impetus to have regular update meetings with him in respect of the parkways?
I took it as well, Mr. McKinnon was newer to the role. And I always found that Mr. McKinnon was always engaged in what was going on, and wanted to know what was happening, and was always interested in the works that we were doing. So that's kind of what I took it as. And obviously with the parkways being as public as they were, he had an interest in being kept up to speed on things.
Okay. What were you hoping to learn by looking at comparators with similar type roadways?
The purpose of it was to really, excuse me, look at, how does the Parkway perform from obviously a collision perspective compared to similar type roadways. It's a good exercise. It's always difficult to truly compare roadways because every roadway is different. They have different geometrics and different alignments, etc. So I think, if I recall correctly, I think the 406 was really the closest type of comparator, and I think the numbers were similar in nature.
Sure. Why don't we go and look at them? Registrar, can you first go to page 44 and 45? So SEMA does put this memo together in advance of the January 15th, 2018 PwC meeting. And you'll see it, and you can call this out, Registrar, please, on page 44, 119. Mr. White forwards the memorandum that SEMA prepares to Mr. Mader, Ms. Matthews-Malone, Mr. Moore, and Mr. McKinnon. You've been copied in from SEMA. And he says, please find the analysis conducted by the consultant to address the questions we discussed at our meeting this week. David and I will review the data, and we'll be prepared to use it as required to assist PW during the discussion. In general, the collision rates on our facilities are lower than on corresponding MTO roadways we discussed. In fact, in comparison, we have much lower collision rates. Should you have any questions or concerns, please let us know. And the attached document is, and Registrar, if you could pull this out, HAM 1095. And if you can call up the next image as well, please. Mr. Ferguson, you recall receiving this memorandum. Is that what you were just a moment ago speaking about in terms of the comparisons?
Correct, yeah.
So there's a collision rate comparison with those three different comparators. And you'll see on the second page, table 1 summarizes the 5-year combined collisions and then shows the average weighted collision rates. Registrar, can you go to the next 2 images, please? You'll see that there's also a reference to cross median collision rates at the top and to collision rates by direction and to provincial collision rates. So I think you said just before I pulled this document up that that your recollection was that the 406 was the closest type of comparator. Was that something that SEMA told you, or is that something that you assessed from your knowledge of the parkways and 406?
Yeah, that was just based on my general observations of driving those roadways.
And can you help us with what you took from the table number one? There's the link and the red hill at the top, segmented out in the table. And then there's the average collision rates for comparison sites from 406, Highway 78 and Highway 8. How did you, or what did you understand? Maybe I'll put it this way. Did you agree with Mr. White's analysis that the Red Hill was had lower collision rates than each of these other roads?
Yes, when you look at the overall average, it's obviously lower. There are obviously, looking at the Red Hill specifically, there are segments of spikes which also further align with the previous studies that were done. But overall, like I said, it gave us a good comparison, especially when you look at the 406 there, the 4th Avenue to QEW, the 0.67, and then the Westchester to 4th Avenue 159. That's really where the geometrics are similar in types compared to the Red Hill. So when you look at those, that's where I was saying that there's a comparison there.
Okay. So that's just for clarity, you're looking at the last column where it says collision rate, and under the Red Hill, it says link/mud, and it has 0.17. That's the collision rate that's being used. And then the rest of them are different collision rates based on individual segments. So Green Hill to King and Barton to Railway Overpass, those are the highest of those collision rates at 0.66 and 0.67. I've got that right?
Correct.
And then I think what you were saying just now is comparing that to the Westchester to 4th Avenue under 406, that was at 1.59 as a collision rate.
Correct. And the 4th Avenue to QE
was at 6.67. So it's quite similar to those two segments on the Red Hill. And did I understand you correctly that gave you some perspective or some comfort because you knew that those segments of Highway 406 were actually quite similar in geometry to the Red Hill geometry? Just want to make sure I understood your evidence.
Yeah, I mean, excuse me, they're still not apples to apples, obviously, because every roadway is different, but it did provide some comparative. At the end of the day, collisions still occur, so I don't like to say that, oh well, we're fine, we're lower than everybody else, because collisions still do occur, and from a Vision Zero perspective, people are being injured, and we want to prevent that. But at least it was providing us with some comparison to say, well, it's not something that's outrageous compared to other comparative type roadways.
Okay. I know that the collision, the time frame for these collisions is 2009 to 2013. So you're comparing the same periods of, SEMA's comparing the same periods of time. Do you know why that period of 2009 to 2013 was the time frame that was used by SEMA?
I know the MTO data isn't as quickly updated as municipalities, so that may have been a case where that was the time period that had the most up-to-date data from the MTO database. And so obviously to properly compare, they used the 2009-2013.
Okay. Registrar, can we go back into OD8 and to page 44 and 45, please? Actually, can you bring up 45 and 46, please? So I think I heard your evidence earlier to be that, or from the documents as well, that the intention was to use this this memorandum from SEMA at the PwC meeting on January 15th, if necessary. Is that right?
Correct.
At the bottom of page 45 and into page 46, Mr. Eisenpenna emailed you with additional comments. He said, I was thinking about your questions today and thought it would be useful to know the proportion of fatal and injury collisions, severe collisions, in total number of collisions for the link in the Red Hill. So he did this analysis. And at the top of 46, and Registrar, can you pull out the top of 46? You know, so the table showed that more than half of collisions on the link and almost half of the collisions on the Red Hill were either fatal or injury collisions. These percentages are significantly more than the highway sections in the comparator group. This is despite the fact that they have smaller collision rates as per the memo that we sent you on Friday. You can close that out. And you'll see you forward that email and say, interesting stuff. And Mr. White responds, yeah, why is the link and the Red Hill less forgiving? So just stopping there, and well, we can go through this if we need to, but did you come to understand from SEMA what was included in the in their phrase severe collisions that they have listed on the chart at the bottom of 49? Pardon me, at 45.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. At the bottom of 45, there's the chart, and it says presented severe collisions. And SEMA talks about this being a proportion of fatal or injury collisions. Did you come to understand what is included when SEMA uses the phrase fatal and injury collisions?
Yeah, it was my understanding that any collision that involved obviously a fatal or any type of injury was looked at.
Okay, and did you understand that injury collisions, when you first received this information, that injury collisions mean any kind of injury, a sprained wrist, a broken toe, not just serious injury?
Yeah, I don't believe at the time I put that connection together. It wasn't until after the fact.
Okay. But at some point you came to realize that phrase, fatal and injury collisions, is actually quite broad in terms of any injury whatsoever to a person?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to you learning that, did you have some concerns with SEMA's analysis that almost half of collisions are either fatal or serious injury as compared to any injury?
Well, when you look at the other numbers, yes. And I believe we went back to SEMA and had a discussion about what the potential causes of those are.
Just following that, I think you did have some back and forth with SEMA to get clarity on what the causes of this would be. When you say you went back, were you trying to get clarity about what was included in the percentages that they were giving you?
That wasn't the initial discussion. I think that came out through the discussions, but it was more about, okay, well, why is it less forgiving? What's occurring?
Yeah, why is it more fatal? Why is it causing more fatalities or serious injuries? Is that what you were trying to understand?
Correct.
I'm going to move a little bit forward in time. Registrar, can you go to page 86 of ODB, please? So in March, you'll see at the very top of this page, you emailed Mr. White a briefing note relating to questions that Mr. McKinnon had raised about the increase of proportion of severe collisions. That briefing note was converted to a memorandum in dated March 29, 2018. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 1171, please? And can you bring up the next image as well? Mr. Ferguson, can you, do you recall the purpose of preparing a memorandum or briefing note for Mr. McKinnon?
I don't remember specifically why we were requested to put it together. No.
Okay. I mean, the subject line is summary from the Public Works report, which I think probably this seems to deal with a fair bit of from that report. But do you recall if there was discussions about to consider next steps coming out of this report that led to this briefing note?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Is there another page to that?
There is another page. Can you have a registrar? Can you keep up image 2 and bring up image 3, please? So you'll see at the very bottom, it says on image 2, it says additional action items recommended by staff. And it says an education and safety messaging webpage and a dedicated section of the annual collision report. And then the third page is just the collisions by type for a longer period of time than SEMA looked at in their memo. Do you recall the discussions that led to these action items recommended by staff, and in particular the dedicated section for the annual collision report?
So just in reading, so this looks like it's a summary memo based on some of the questions that Mr. McKinnon had brought up, and we're trying to address those. Again, the annual collision report that goes back obviously to the previous report that we had been looking at.
Mm-hmm. That was my question. I wasn't clear to me just by the way this is drafted, whether that was something you are now suggesting in March of 2018, or if that was something that had been contemplated, that it would be a new initiative, and that you're just noting that for Mr. McKinnon.
Yeah, we're just identifying when it's going to be done. That's what it is.
So we're in March of 2018. Had the analysis for the annual collision report already started?
I believe we were just either had just started, or we were just about to start working on it.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this? And could you bring up HAM 1449? So this is an information report from September 17, 2018. This doesn't have a Public Works ID number for this report. This is I understand, a draft version. It is prepared by Brian Perrins and you. It's 10 pages. It's quite long. but it is, you'll see from information on the first page under the council direction, it appears to me to be primarily about developing the annual collision report and then reporting on its contents. Do you recall being involved in the preparation of this draft information report?
Yes.
So that's by September of 2018. Is it fair to say that the annual collision report had been itself had been completed and finalized by September of 2018?
Yes.
Registrar, can you go to page 8 of this document? So there's a lot in this document. I'm not going to take you through all of it. It deals with collision results generally in the city, and then it does have some particular things about the link and the Red Hill, and I'll go into that in a moment. But just starting with a more general question, here there is a reference to the network screening process of studying safety concerns on the entire road network, and the network screening results that have a number of locations where the network risk indicator is the highest. And the Inquirer has received some information about the network screening program, but could you clarify how this program was used over the period of time that you were at the city?
So from this point, the plan was to identify the top locations, and then we would, as staff, go and do a more detailed investigation of those locations to identify potential countermeasures for implementation to reduce, obviously, collisions.
Okay. The Inquirer has received some evidence to suggest that that very practice was something that was conducted under Hart-Solomon before he retired in 2014. Am I correct in my assumption that between 2014 and 2018, that process of identifying the network risk hotspots, for lack of a better term, had not been undertaken?
Correct.
So you were reinstituting using the network screening results to dive in and suggest countermeasures in particular locations?
Correct.
Okay. More generally, the network screening results, is that something that did continue to be, was that data that did continue to be obtained for the entire period from 2013 to 2018?
There was occasional reports that were put together, not formal reports, just internal reports that staff would put together. I don't believe we were doing it on a yearly basis, but every once in a while we would pull up the data.
Okay, and let me ask my question again, because I think I asked it in it and not in a helpful way. The network screening, is that the data that comes from collision reports that the city receives from the police?
Correct. It's an evaluation of the data and using a complicated mathematical formula creates the network risk indicator.
Okay. And my question put poorly before was, over the period of time between 2014 after Mr. Solomon left and 2018 here, that data was still being collected by the city.
Correct.
It just wasn't being analyzed as part of a program to identify the highest risk locations?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we weren't structured at that time to be able to do that. We were growing the traffic group in terms of staffing. So we didn't have the staff in the early years of my time at City of Hamilton to be able to do anything with it.
Okay. And here, there's a list of screening results, and several of them relate to either the Red Hill or to off. I think actually they're all ramps related to the Red Hill number rather than the main line. Number 1, number 4, number 5, number 10, and I can't tell, but maybe number 11. I'm not sure about that one. Are those all related to ramps related to the Red Hill?
Correct. There's the 3 of them.
All right, and can you
Or 4
explain
of them, sorry.
on 11? It says urban road, and it's entirely possible that that might be the case. But is that Red Hill? Is that a Red Hill segment?
Number 11?
Yeah.
No, so that's referring to Stone Church between Upper Ottawa and Pritchard.
Thank you. Okay. That's helpful. But those 4 are all off ramps that are, I guess, they're all off ramps coming from the Red Hill. Is that right?
Yeah. So the first 2 are on ramps,
Thank you.
and 5 and 10 are off ramps.
Thank you for the clarity. When this information was pulled to prepare this report, which I presume happened in sometime in the fall of 2018, were you surprised that the on or off ramps of the Red Hill were in 4 of the top 14 hotspots?
No, not based. Obviously, we've already done the studies with SEMA, so they were identified in there as locations. So not surprised.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I note the time. It is 2 minutes to 1. And I'm about to open up the annual collision report, which may take a little bit of time to get through. So my suggestion is that we take lunch now and return at
Okay,
our usual time.
good. Well, then let's take a break. We'll stand adjourned until 2:15.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes,
Excuse me.
by all means, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, just before our lunch break, we were talking in generalities about the annual collision report, and I would like to take you to that now. I'm going to take you first to the actual document, but then I may go back to the overview document just for, because it's a little easier to read. Can you go to HAM 1448, please? So, Mr. Ferguson, I'm not sure that this is the final draft. I think it actually looks different on the cover page than in the final draft, but this is one that that you were putting together in September of 2018. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? I'm going to sort of come back to this, but there is this disclaimer and explanation about self-reporting. Can you describe for me, as you're going through the annual collision report, is self-reporting collisions, are self-reporting collisions included in this information in contrast to police-reported collisions?
So you're referring to this specific report?
I am at this point. This is in respect to the data from 2017, and I'm trying to understand the difference between police-reported collisions and self-reported collisions and how that's reflected in this report.
So the report itself is based strictly on police-reported collisions.
Okay, and is it a fair assumption that police-reported collisions are a smaller number than self-reported collisions, or are they just completely different reporting types?
Yeah, so a self-reported collision is where there's no major injuries or damage that has occurred, and the motorists will drive to the police center themselves and create their own police reports, which often don't provide a lot of information, and they're very difficult to actually assess.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 41, please? So I've skipped over the first 5 sections. We're in section 6 now, which is Link and Red Hill specific collision trends. But just for the record, the first 5 sections deal with broader collision trends within the city. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So looking now to the collision trends for the Link and the Red Hill, this is for the period of 2013 to 2017. And in this slide, in respect of the Link, it says the total number of collisions on the Link have increased 18% since 2013. However, the number of police reported collisions have decreased 16%, and collisions resulting in injuries have decreased 28%. There were 21 crossover collisions and 2 fatal collisions. So on this point, having just had that discussion about police reported versus self-reported, are these figures in this part of the annual report different than that disclaimer that we were just looking at that said it was only police reported collisions?
I just read it. No, it's the same.
So where it says total collisions in the chart right under collision type, and it says 711 is the total, and then it says police reported is 332. I guess I'm trying to understand that total number of collisions increased by 18%, but the number of police reported collisions decreased by 16%. So what is the difference between here total number of collisions versus police reported collisions?
Sorry, you are correct. So the total collisions are all collisions. This section does include self-reported collisions.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. And then under the Red Hill collision chart, it says total collisions on the Red Hill have increased by 51%, in the past 5 years, police reported collisions have increased by 29% and injury collisions have increased by 17%. There's been 26 crossover collisions and 4 fatal collisions. What did you attribute the increase of collisions overall on the Red Hill to be, in contrast to the decrease in the collisions on the link for police reported collisions and collisions involving injuries?
Well, again, we go back to essentially the collision reports, the analysis done in the 2015 reports for the Red Hill and the link by SEMA. And the link collisions, they identified a speed differential issue between the 2 lanes, middle lane and we'll call it curb lane or exit lane or on-ramp lane. And then the Red Hill, again, it's attributed to a higher number of obviously wet weather collisions and driver behavior. And it's driver behavior on both facilities.
Okay, and well, leaving aside the total number of collisions, because I think we know that's the reported collisions, self-reported and police reported, but the number of police reported collisions decreases by 16% on the link. And in the same period of time, police reported collisions increased by 29% on the Red Hill. What do you attribute that difference? How did you attribute, if at all, that difference between those 2 sets of data?
I don't think we define within the report what the contributing factors are. The primary purpose of the annual collision report is just to provide a high level information. I don't believe we dive into looking at specific reasonings or anything like that. We just provide the information.
I understand. I asked that question with too much generality. Leaving aside what you're reporting to the public in this report, within your team, having analyzed this data, what did you attribute the difference between a decrease in police reported collisions on the link to an increase in police reported collisions on the Red Hill?
I would say we didn't have that. We didn't look at that type of information. We weren't looking at that.
Traffic operations and engineering wasn't looking at the distinction between these 2 facilities and the data around collisions?
In 2017, no, we were not.
So
sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
We've already done the 2015 report. We've identified what the types of issues are. We've identified the various types of countermeasures for both facilities. We've been implementing those measures. We're now in the 2018, and we're talking about repaving the facilities. So we're not doing detailed investigation into the question you're asking.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? So this is a reference to monthly collision trends. I'm just refreshing your mind. I don't have any questions about this one. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? Here you look at different collision severity. Again, I don't have any questions. I'm just trying to refresh your memory about what's included in this report. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? You look at lighting conditions. Why did you think that, or why did you elect to include in this public report collisions by lighting condition?
It's a common attribute to look at.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? So this is collision by road surface, or it's whether it's dry / ice, snow, or wet. The distinction between the link and the red hill is that 80% of collisions on the link are occur when the road surface is dry, and 65% of collisions on the red hill occur when the road surface is wet. Was this information new to you, and in contrast to the collision reviews that you had done in the past?
No.
I took you before the break to the staff report, the September 2018 draft staff report that we were looking at that sort of summarized this. We didn't go into a lot of detail, but you recall I brought you to that staff report. When did the annual collision report, when was that presented to Public Works Committee and made public?
I'm not sure. I don't remember the exact date. I think it was, I want to say late 2018.
Okay, I'm going to close this document, and Registrar, can you bring up HAM 1223 and HAM 12236? I'm sorry. That first on the image on the left, I think I must have misspoke. It's HAM 12234. There we go. So this is an email from you. This is the left-hand side, January 16, 2019. And it says good, and it's to a number of people, collision report. And it says, good afternoon. Please find the collision report. They'll be going to the PwC in February. Credit goes to Brian and Rob G for this. And then the annual report that we were just looking at, although it looks like it's with a different cover page, and this staff report are attached. And this is February 4, 2019. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes. Yep.
Why was it that the 2017 collision report, which looks like it is in final form in September 2018, why was it not submitted until February 2019?
I believe at that time, I want to say Mr. Soldel started in 2018, and he had some comments and revisions to the final report, which would have pushed it back. Okay.
Were those comments and revisions related to the section that dealt with the Red Hill and the link?
Oh, I'm not sure specifically. I think a lot of it was just layout.
Okay. Registrar, you can close these down. And if you can go to OD 9, page 49, please. Thank you. So moving away now from the annual collision report, in August of 2018, you did an update to Mr. McKinnon, dated August 2nd, 2018. Registrar, can you bring up a copy of that? It's HAM 47334.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating the doc ID for me?
Of course, HAM 47334.
Thank you.
And you can actually close out page 49 of OD9. And if you can bring up the next image as well, please. Thank you. So this is August 2nd, 2018. And you'll see on the first page, it's a number of sort of status updates on various initiatives that your team is working on. Is that a fair summary of the points 1 through 9?
Correct.
What was the purpose of preparing this memo from Mr. McKinnon in August of 2018?
I believe just to provide an update on current status.
Was this part of the regular meetings that Mr. McKinnon had instituted in respect of the link in the Red Hill?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have some additional information in addition to the initiatives that you list in 1 through 9. And says additional information, traffic engineering are beginning to receive notices of impending legal action as a result of collisions on the link or the Red Hill. Should be noted that some of these claims are a result of poor design or poor pavement conditions. And just stopping there where it says it should be noted that some of the claims are a result of poor design or poor pavement conditions. What are you trying to express there in terms of your personal conclusion, if anything?
Yeah, well, and I believe there was an edit to this document, I believe. So what I'm trying to say is that the claims that are being made by
Plaintiffs?
yes, are identifying or making note that they're claiming poor design and poor pavement condition.
Okay. You reference the poor pavement condition, but I know that you don't reference anything about friction testing or the status of friction testing. Why is that, given that there's a reference here to poor pavement conditions?
Because those are the comments from the plaintiffs, did you say?
Plaintiffs, yeah. The people who are bringing the claims.
Right. So I'm just regurgitating what the claim is.
Okay. Registrar, could you close out of this and go back into OD9 to page 63, please? Actually, apologies. I'm going to take you to somewhere else first. Registrar, can you leave up OD9, but turn to page 62? And then on the right-hand side, can you bring up HAM 55560? Oh, that's not going to work. It's so small. If you can go to image 5 of that document. And if you can call out the top third of that document. That's perfect. Thank you. All right. I hope you can see that, Mr. Ferguson. So this is a chronology that that Public Works staff put together about a number of things related to the Red Hill and the link. And one of the references is for the 30th of August, 2018. I'm looking at the second reference, the 30th of August, 2018. So 3 lines down or 4 lines down. And it says key players meeting with Dave Ferguson, Edward Soldo, Gold McGuire, Dan McKinnon discussing wet weather issues on the RHVP. And then on the very, very far side of this page, it says, does DF have any notes from this meeting? So first question, do you remember attending a meeting with Mr. Solder, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McKinnon about wet weather issues on the Red Hill on August 30th?
Not specifically, no.
Do you have any general recollections of that meeting?
No, I don't.
What about any general recollections about a meeting? Maybe you don't know the date, but with this group of people, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McKinnon.
Yeah, I remember a meeting taking place. I don't remember much of the discussion.
Okay, do you remember anything about the discussion?
No, I don't.
Okay, what was discussing what weather issues on the Red Hill? Does that assist you at all?
Not really.
Okay, you said that there was a correction that was made to that memo that we was just showing you to Mr. McKinnon. And Registrar, you can close out the call out. If you look at paragraph 141 on the left-hand side, it says on August 30th, Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Solden, Mr. White, and Mr. McGuire regarding the August 21 memo. Please find the attached status update memo per discussion. And the one change you'll see is in track changes. And I'll come back to that, but it does refer to that same part that we were just looking at, the bit about the legal information.
Mm-hmm.
So do you recall if there was a meeting with Mr. Soldo, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. White, and Mr. McGuire, in which that request for you to make this correction occurred? Do you remember that happening in a meeting?
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
And who directed you to make the revision?
Mr. Soldo.
Okay. And was there anything else that happened at that meeting that you can tell the inquiry about?
No, I can't. Sorry.
Okay. Registrar, you can close down the image on the right-hand side, and if you can bring up page 62, 63, along with 62. And so the change that you made is traffic engineering have received notices of impending legal actions as a result of collisions on either Link or Red Hill. Some questions may require comments, response, or attendance by engineering staff. Why? I heard you earlier when you said it seemed like you wanted to express what the plaintiffs were saying. Why did you delete references to the substance of the claims by the plaintiffs?
That was the direction I was given.
Okay. Do you know why that direction was given?
The way it was previously written made it sound like we were saying there was issues, and there was no definitive information that said there was issues. So I was asked to change it accordingly.
Okay. You'll see Mr. McGuire responded to the email where you included that revision to the memo and asked you if you had the 2015 SEMA report on the RHVP available. I'd like to review it if possible. And you said, yes, I do. I'm going to work to set up a common file folder that everyone can access. And Mr. McGuire said, we will put all the results of our studies in there once it is set up. What studies did you understand Mr. McGuire was talking about there?
Just whatever information they had is what I expected, nothing specific. Okay.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. McGuire in particular about wet weather conditions on the Red Hill?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did this level of collaboration with Mr. McGuire, setting up a common file folder where both your team and his team would drop materials for common access, did that level of collaboration feel different than your experiences with engineering services under Mr. Moore?
Yes.
How so?
Well, one, we never obviously had a file before that had shared documents. It was actually Mr. Soldel who had requested that the file be created, and that the documents that were in possession of staff were to be added into that that network folder.
Okay, so Mr. Zola asked you and your team to do that?
Create the file, yes.
Okay. And Mr. McGuire also agreed to put in his team's materials into there as well.
That was my understanding of it.
Okay. Prior to this, you had not had access to engineering services documents. Is that fair to say? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you ask Mr. McGuire for a copy of any friction tests that he had in engineering services?
No, I did not.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire in which he referenced friction test results?
No, I did not.
Did Mr. McGuire tell you that he had contacted SEMA to assist with an assessment of friction on the Red Hill?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Did he at any point tell you that he had reviewed results of friction tests that had been conducted in 2013?
No.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about conducting a roadside safety assessment, or pardon me, retaining SEMA to conduct a roadside safety assessment?
No, that direction, I mean, Mr. McGuire might have been in the room at the time, but that direction came from Mr. Soto
Okay.
in preparation for the upcoming works on the parkways.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 86 and 87, please? And could you call out, actually, no, hopefully we can just do it without a call out. Mr. Ferguson, at the bottom of page 86, paragraph 216, you forwarded to Mr. Malone and Mr. Hadiaki an email that you had sent to Mr. Soldo and Mr. White the same day, outlining the purposes of a roadside safety assessment. And on the very bottom, you say to investigate the current roadside design of the main line of the Link and the Red Hill, as well as the on and off ramps of both facilities. And then, Registrar, can you call out the rest of this that's on page 87? Thank you. So this is from your email. The consultant shall identify collision patterns and current roadside hazards on the main line and geometric design issues, signing review, roadside hazard review, and development of solutions for hazards identified in the report. So I think your evidence just now was that this was in advance of the upcoming resurfacing. Is that right?
That's correct.
At this point, so this is in October of 2018, were you aware of any concerns from any city staff members about the friction levels on the Red Hill?
No.
After the 2013 and the 2015 SEMA reports and the collision memo that you had received and your internal assessments, why are you asking SEMA to do another assessment of collision patterns?
So Mr. Soldo just wanted to make sure that we were covering all bases and that any scope could be included for the upcoming project. And in terms of sort of an update looking at the collision trend locations to see if any additional countermeasures needed to be included.
Okay. And that you say at the bottom, the timeline for the assignment is the Red Hill would be completed by December 15, 2018, and the Link by August 15, 2019. Why did you choose those dates?
They would have been based on information we had received from engineering services on when they were expecting work to begin.
Okay. And earlier today, we went through, there was the timeline in 2016 that resurfacing would start in 2017. And then 2017, there was a timeline that the resurfacing was going to be in 2018 and 2019 for the Red Hill. By this point, October 2018, what did you understand about the timeline for resurfacing on the Red Hill?
That it was going forward, and there was a tight timeline, obviously, to get the information that we need to include in the scope. That's about all I can say to it.
Okay, you don't have any more specifics about when you understood that they were going forward?
No.
Okay.
I knew the Red Hill was going to be first, and then the Parkway was to follow, or the link was to follow.
Okay.
That's all I can remember.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close out this call out. And can you go to page 207 of OD9, please? So on December 14th, this is in paragraph 507, SEMA sent you an advanced draft report of the roadside safety assessment. And it identified a few different things, including about the updated collision review that SEMA had done. Registrar, could you call out 507 to 509, please? And so the updated collision review noted that, and this is in 507, a proportion of wet surface conditions is noticeably higher than what was found in the 2015 review, 50%, which on that study had already been found to be significantly higher than the provincial and city averages of 17.6 and 22% respectively. Was the fact that the proportion of wet surface conditions causing collisions was 50% higher than it had been in the 2015 review, was that a surprising piece of information to you when you received this report?
I think overall that we were surprised by it. I mean, that's a 14% increase. There had been a lot of, obviously, information in the public about the parkways. You always have a hope that, and we've completed a number of countermeasures, and you're always hoping that people will adjust their driving behavior accordingly. But clearly that wasn't the case.
Sorry, I just want to clarify a point, Mr. Commissioner. I think that might be referring to the percentage of wet weather collisions in the 2015 review and not the increase since the 2015 review.
Sure, I think that the next page might actually be a more clear statement. I certainly would rather use SEMA's statement than my paraphrasing. Registrar, can you close this and go to the next page? And this is just an excerpt from SEMA. If you can call out the first three paragraphs. And so here, I think this is a more a different way of putting what SEMA has said. Wet surface collisions were found to represent 64 of the mainline collisions and 73 of the ramp collisions. The proportion of wet surface collisions on the mainline presented an increase compared to the 2015 study. And then it says in parentheses, 50%.
So again, I don't think that is saying that it's increased by 50%. I think it's saying that that's the percentage in the 2015 study, but happy to go to the 2015 study to compare if that would assist.
No, I don't want to leave Mr. Ferguson with an incomplete impression. I'm happy to have the commissioner look at the 2015 report rather than spend time doing that. I don't think I need Mr. Ferguson's evidence on that point.
Okay.
You can close this out, Registrar. And if you can go into the advanced draft of this document, it's CIM 19285 period 0001. And if you could go to image 24, please. So this is just the draft, but here are some of the recommendations that SEMA has put in this draft. And taking you first to the first one, the first bullet point, ensure the pavement design for the upcoming resurfacing considers the history of wet surface collisions and investigates the need for higher friction surface. Did you understand that this was in respect of a concern around friction? This reference to ensuring pavement design, or how did you interpret it if you interpreted it differently?
Interpret it just based on what it says, that obviously there's a history of wet weather collisions. And as a result, there should be a use of higher friction type pavement.
Okay. You can close this down, Registrar. And can you bring up OD 9, page 259? And this is just to keep you in the chronology, Mr. Ferguson. On January 17th, 2019, SEMA sent you the final version of the roadside safety assessment report. And those included some formatting changes and some revisions, but I don't feel I need to take you through those. I just want to give you the timing. So we're January 17th, 2019 is the final report. Does that accord with your memory?
Yeah, sure.
Registrar, can you go to page 255, please? So in addition to this roadside safety assessment, there's some exchanges that suggest that you had SEMA also do an update to the collision comparison memorandum that you'd had them do in 2018 on January 15, 2019. You see that in paragraph 619? For the court reporter, you're gonna have to say yes or no. I can see you nodding.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. Why did you have SEMA update the collision memorandum that compared the other highways? Why did you ask for an update on that?
I don't recall why we undertook a follow-up.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? So just in terms, before we actually go into the document at 620, we've summarized in the OD that the MTO collision data was only available to 2016. The provincial collision data averages comprised of data from 2012 to 2016, and the link and the Red Hill were from 2013 to 2017.
Right.
Registrar, can you go into the this document at CIM 10338 period 0001. And if you can pull up the next image as well, please. If you can pull up images 3 and 4, please. Thank you. So this is a table that looks a lot like that table that we were looking at in the 2018 report. And you'll see here for the link, the average weighted collision rate is 0.44. And for the Red Hill, it is 1.01. And that is in respect of the period of time from 2013 to 2017. So just stopping there, is this data the same data that was used to populate the annual collision report that we were just looking at?
Yes, it would have been. And reading it and looking at the dates, I suspect maybe that's why we had a follow-up report, because we now had the 2017 data.
Okay. I think you had said earlier that you knew that the MTO data lagged in time, and there is here we're looking at the 2012 to 2016 collision data from the comparator highways.
Correct.
Registrar, can you move image 4 to the left and add image 5, please? Thank you. So at the bottom of image 4, it says, we note that the collision rates reported in the 2018 memo were considerably lower. Registrar, can you pull out that paragraph? That's great, thank you. The collision rates reported in the 2018 memo are considerably lower. Under our understanding is that the data provided for the previous analysis did not include self-reported collisions, while the data provided for the current analysis includes these collisions. When the self-reported collisions are excluded, the resulting collision rates are 0.2 for the link and 0.69 for the Red Hill, which are consistent with the rates in the previous memo. So just stopping there, am I correct when to interpret this as the 2009 to 2013 link and Red Hill data that you provided and that SEMA used in the 2018 report, that data excluded self-reports?
Correct.
Okay, but the 2013 to 2017 data includes self-reports.
Correct. So we had a database system change. So the previous process for staff under the old system was they did not include the self-reportable collision information into the database. And then we made that change as we converted over to the new system to include all collisions.
Okay, Registrar, you can take that down. And at the top of image 5, it says the MTO collision data includes all types of collisions, including non-reportable and other. So is that to say that if you want to compare apples to apples, this is a fairer comparison than the 2018 report that excluded the self-reported collisions for the Red Hill and the link?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, the rates for the link are lower than the MTO weighted rates, and the rates for the Red Hill are higher than the MTO weighted rates. Is that right? I'm just reading from the middle of page 5. Registrar, you could call that out. Rates for the link, rates for the RHVP. Yeah. No, not there. If you can close that out, it's the next paragraph after the one you just called out.
Oh, you're okay. You're good.
You're
Yes,
good? All right. Registrar, no need.
You are correct.
Okay. And so adding in the self-reported collisions actually changed that sort of overall conclusion from a 2018 collision memo that you said gave you some comfort, which was that the Red Hill collision rate was less or was similar to some of the comparator highways.
Correct.
And that's no longer the case. Is that fair?
I don't know if I would say that.
Just on the math, recognizing there's probably some nuance.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the nuance? Go ahead.
No, just again, you when you look at the breakdown, again, you have sort of these sections that pop up that are higher than other sections. So, again, you're regardless, it's collisions that are occurring that are involving injuries in some way or another. So regardless of what the rate says, it's still a concern based on how we are reacting or working under the Vision Zero principles.
Okay. I'm sure you can close this down. And if you could bring up OD9, page 246. And if you can call out, actually, can you bring up, no, we'll start with this. Can you call out at 595, please? So this is January 14th. So this is, I believe, just the day before that you ask SEMA for the updated collision analysis. But I just want to make sure I've got that time right. I believe that's right. That's all. So this is all happening sort of mid-January, getting the final version of the roadside safety assessment, the 2019 collision information, and also this email. So January 14th, Mr. Soldel emailed you and Mr. White under the subject line report. And he says, as you know, there are some issues relating to the red RHVP reporting. I need written confirmation from both of you on the following: that the 2013 Tradewinds consulting report was not shared with you or any of your staff regarding the friction testing. The table, and he says the table in the staff report 1808 from January 2018 states that friction testing was completed. How did you know it was completed? So just stopping there before we get to your response. This email, the subject line is report. And then he says, as you know, there are some issues relating to the Red Hill reporting. And then he references a Tradewin, the word Tradewinds, and the reference to friction testing. What did you know, if anything, about issues relating to Red Hill reporting and or friction testing issues before Mr. Soldo sent you this email?
Nothing, to be honest with you. From the RHVP reporting, I mean, we were always questioned about our reports. And obviously that we talked about, the questions about the speeding data and things like that. So to be honest with you, I probably thought that's what he was referring to.
Seems, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's there, as you know, there are some issues relating to the RHB reporting. I need written confirmation from both of you on the following. That seems like he's assuming that you have more information than you today are remembering that you had. Can you square that for me?
I guess you'd have to ask him. I don't know if that was what he was thinking.
Okay.
Maybe he thought we did, and that's why he was asking the question. I don't know.
Okay, but your evidence is you didn't have any information about any issues relating to Red Hill reporting or the Tradewinds consulting report or friction testing.
Correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down if you can go to the next page, please. Oh, sorry, you won't be able to see that. If you can keep up 246 for a moment. At the very, very bottom, it says, Mr. Ferguson responded, that's you, responded the same day, writing, and then your emails at the top. I have never seen the report. I asked Gary previously, but never received a response. It is listed as completed, as Gary said, has verbally stated it was completed on numerous occasions. So just stopping there, when you say I've never seen the report, did you understand that you were responding in respect of a report? The reference to the report was a friction testing report?
Yeah, I was going based on his comment, the 2013 Tradewinds consulting report regarding the friction testing.
Okay, so you took from Mr. Soldo's email that the 2013 Tradewind consulting report was a report about friction testing?
Based on the writing, yes.
Okay, and did you receive clarity about that from Mr. Soldo before you responded?
No.
Registrar, can you pull out 597, please? So Mr. White also responded and he copied you. Edward, I can confirm I've never seen the report. I did ask for it several times. I can also state that Gary did admit it was done at one point, but he discounted the results and minimized the value of the tests. I'm at a meeting with Mater and Dan and Dave and myself. I recollect him saying something about it being an English test or a standard or something similar. And then he declined to share the results with Dan and John Mater. He also stated that the asphalt was filled with rubber from tires. I never saw the test results or any reports from anybody. So stopping there, do you recall a meeting with Mr. White, Mr. Mater, Mr. McKinnon, and yourself and Mr. Moore, in which Mr. Moore made the comments that Mr. White attributes to him here?
I recall a meeting where he was asked, I believe Mr. McKinnon asked for an update on the friction testing. I don't remember exactly the way Mr. White explains it. I do know that Mr. Moore stated that they had done the testing. They were evaluating the numbers. There was no standard in Canada, and they were trying to figure out what it meant.
Okay. Do you remember any reference to an English test?
I don't remember that at all, no.
Okay. And do you remember any reference to asphalt was filled with rubber from tires?
No, I don't.
Okay. You said earlier today that at the May 1st, 2017 meeting where these individuals plus Mr. Kirkpatrick and Mr. Warren and Ms. Matthews Malone, that Mr. Moore had stated they had done testing, they were evaluating numbers, and there was no standard in Canada. So what you just told me about the meeting you remember, having this information now at Mr. White's recollection, is it still your evidence that this information was provided at the May 1st, 2017 meeting, or did it happen at some other meeting?
No, best of my recollection was it was that May 1st meeting. It was one of the first meetings that we had with Mr. McKinnon to talk about the parkways. Okay.
And so the reference that this meeting here that Mr. White remembers doesn't reference that Mr. Warren was there or that Ms. Matthews Malone was there. Do you recall two different meetings in which Mr. Moore conveyed to you and others the information about the no standard in Canada and that he was trying to figure out what the results meant? Was it two different times that he said that?
I mean, over the years, I had heard it multiple times in various meetings.
From Mr. Moore?
Yes. Yeah.
How many meetings?
Oh, geez. I don't know.
2, 10?
I can't be specific and give you a specific number. All I can say is that I know it was said multiple times.
You say it was said, Mr. Moore said it, or you heard it from
Mr. Moore.
Okay. Registrar, you can close the call out. Thank you. Did you provide any information to SEMA as they were finalizing the roadside safety assessment about the fact that you understood that there was a report that was relating to friction testing that Mr. Solar was asking you about?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you attempt to obtain copies of friction results that Mr. Moore had over time said he had in order to provide them to SEMA so that they could do the roadside safety assessment?
No.
Did anyone at SEMA tell you that they had any information about friction testing results
No,
that the city had conducted?
no,
Did anyone from SEMA ask you to go obtain friction testing results, if any, if the city had any?
no.
Did you attend the general issues committee meeting on February 6, 2019?
Is that the meeting where everything came out?
That's the meeting where a significant amount of it was in camera, and following from there was public disclosure. That meeting.
Yes. So we were at City Hall. We were not in the council's chambers.
Okay, why were you at City Hall?
Mr. Soldel had asked myself and Mr. White to attend.
To attend and sit outside?
Yes.
For what purpose?
I suspect maybe to provide any information that he may require.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, it is 12 minutes after 3. I'd like to take a minute to look at my notes and make sure that there's nothing else I'd like to ask Mr. Ferguson. I'm certainly at the end or very close to the end of my questions for him. I'd also like to talk to council about how we use the remainder of the day.
Okay.
So I propose to take a break a few minutes early.
Okay, well, let's take our break and we'll return at, we'll say 3:30.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I have no further questions for Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, thank you for your attention. I understand that Dufferin, the MTO, and Golder do not have questions for Mr. Ferguson, but then Ms. Contractor will have questions for him.
Okay. Over to you, Ms. Contractor.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a number of questions with respect to the evidence you provided way back in June and earlier today. If you have any questions or need clarification regarding the specific documents that I'm going to take you to, just let me know, and I can spend some time refreshing your memory on some of these topics. I'd like to start by understanding the difference between traffic engineering, which of course is in the traffic group, and asset management, which was in engineering services. Generally speaking, is it fair to say that traffic engineering looked after the safety of the roadway and asset management looked at the durability of the roadway?
Correct. The asset management was responsible for infrastructure. Traffic was responsible for evaluating, obviously, existing traffic conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to OD6, image 48? Mr. Ferguson, in June, you were asked about your interactions with the councillors whose wards the Red Hill fell in the context of the 2013 SEMA report. You'll recall that you forwarded a draft copy of the 2013 SEMA report to Councillor Collins, Jackson, and Clark, and subsequently met with Councillors Collins and Jackson to review the report. Did you have any concerns at that point about sharing the report with these particular councillors or having a meeting with these particular councillors to discuss the report?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
One, it was we were directed to connect with the councillors and to provide them with an opportunity to review the report. They had brought the request forward. The whole study was based on a motion of council brought forward by Councillor Collins. And we just wanted to make sure that everything had been covered that they were hoping to see.
Mr. Registrar, could we please go to RHB 986? So the document that we're about to pull up is a transcription from the November 18th, 2013 PwC meeting, during which staff discussed the report flowing from Councillor Collins' motion with respect to the Red Hill. And I think your evidence in June was that you suspected that you were present at this meeting, considering that you penned the report with Mr. Cooper. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to take you through a few portions of the transcript. So paragraph 1 here, or paragraph 2, I suppose, where Councillor Collins is stated as saying, I just want to thank staff for the recommendations, and Steve and Dave, who were the authors of the report, were kind enough to sit down with me and go over the recommendations. Steve and Dave, do you understand that to be yourself and Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Okay. And so here, Councillor Collins is acknowledging that he met with you and Mr. Cooper and thanking you for the work that you did. Can we go, please, Mr. Registrar, to image 2? And the bottom paragraph with Councillor Collins, or under the heading Councillor Collins, again, he notes, I think the open lines of communication that you've had on this one for me have been tremendous. And again, did you understand that to refer to the discussions and meetings that you had with Councillor Collins and Jackson, along with Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Okay, and image 3, if you would, please, Mr. Registrar. And Councillor Jackson at the top similarly notes that he was in the meeting with Councillor Collins, Stephen Cooper, and Dave Ferguson, and thanks you for their leadership in the traffic department and their availability. So do you recall at this meeting or following this meeting, Mr. Ferguson, if anyone raised any concerns with you, and specifically the other councillors raised any concerns that staff were discussing these reports with certain council members whose wards were directly affected by them?
No, I didn't receive any comments from councillors or senior management.
In fact, fair to say that this practice, was encouraged by council.
It was encouraged by council and senior management. When I first arrived at the city, it was my understanding that within traffic, we were trying to rebuild relationships with councillors. I guess in the past, things had gone somewhat sour with those relationships. And so it was common practice to engage with councillors.
Thank you. And do you recall whether during this committee meeting or again afterwards, if Councillor Collins or Jackson or Clark suggested that staff provide the rest of council, or PwC rather, with a copy of the SEMA report to the other committee members?
Not that I recall, no.
And of course, the staff report itself references the study that was completed by SEMA. If members of the PwC requested a copy of that, the underlying consultant's report, would staff be required to provide it?
We would. I believe we would have provided. I'm not sure if there was a requirement to provide it.
Fair enough, but that would have been the practice. Councillors asked you for the report, you would have given it to them.
Yes.
And Commission Council back in June asked how a member of the public could go about getting a copy of the consultant's report that's not appended to the staff report. And I believe you indicated that the most common practice would be to go through the FOI process. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Could members of the public also contact their council member for a copy of that consultant's report?
Yes, they can contact our councillors, yes.
And at that point, the councillor could direct staff to provide a copy to the member of the public?
They could make a request, yes.
And okay, Mr. Registrar, we can take that down. During your evidence in June, Mr. Ferguson, you gave us an example of discussions you would have had with consultants regarding railway safety audits, noting that in that case, consultants would clearly identify countermeasures that were required or should be completed and measures that could be considered, and clearly delineated between those and provided clear timelines for implementation. Can you tell us, Mr. Ferguson, why is it important for consultants to do that?
Well, it's part of their job. Municipalities hire consultants to undertake various types of studies, and through that process, if something is a requirement, they should be bringing that information forward to the municipality so they're able to act on it appropriately. Okay.
And we know from the 2013 and 2015 SEMA reports, SEMA uses the language should be considered or could be considered. In 2013, what was your understanding of the significance of those terms?
Yeah, I mean, could is it's something you can consider. Should is somewhat stronger in that you should be moving forward with this and getting this done. They do provide timelines within the reports. Again, sort of similar to what we just talked about. If they have identified something that is urgent, then the expectation is they would have provided that information.
Thank you. I want to ask you about council motions more generally. is it fair to say that when council brings a motion, councilors are looking for staff's recommendation in response to that motion?
Yeah, depending on what the motion is, yes.
Right. So unless it expressly says, identifies the source of the opinion that they're looking for, fair to say that they're looking for staff's opinion and staff's judgment. Is that right?
Yeah, so when they bring motions forward, they'll primarily say, requesting for example, operational services, conduct a study at such and such a location and report back to committee by a certain timeline.
Right. So that's an example of where council specifically is asking staff to go out and obtain a study and then report back on the findings of that study, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, if we could please go to OD6, image 8. And also pull up OD7, image 10. And so the language of the 2013 and 2015 motions, and with respect to the Red Hill, you'll see the 13 on the left-hand side and 15 on the right-hand side. And the way that I read the language of that motion is not, it doesn't suggest that council is asking staff to go out and get a report, but asking staff to investigate the specific issues detailed in the motion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in responding to a motion, staff may, a motion such as this, that where it's not specified that staff need to get a consultant's report, I take it staff are still entitled to go out and obtain a report to advise them on the motion. Is that right?
Sorry, I'm not understanding your question. Sorry.
So for motions such as these, where council has not directed staff to go out and get a report, but rather is asking for staff's opinion on the specific issues detailed in these motions, I take it staff are still able to go out and on their own accord get an opinion from a consultant to inform their views. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And fair to say that when staff ask for advice from a consultant, they rely on the consultant's expertise?
That's right. Usually you retain a consultant, one, because it's a larger project and you don't have the internal resources to conduct the work yourselves, or there's specialty works involved and you require a consultant who has experience in that area.
And fair to say that staff may also have their own technical expertise or may be aware of additional factors that should be considered that a consultant might not be aware of.
Right, and we work with the consultant. So, if situations like that arose, you would have those discussions with the consultant.
Okay. Commission Council, back in June, asked you if a council report is summarizing but not attaching consultant's report, whether you agreed that the council report should accurately and completely summarize the consultant's report, and you said yes, that you agreed with that. I'd like to give you a chance just to elaborate on that, because it wasn't clear to me what you or Commission Council, I suppose, meant by completely summarize. Can you tell us the general practice at the city in 2013 and your experience with respect to how detailed of a summary of a consultant's report was provided to council in instances where you're responding to a motion such as the 2013 and 15 motions where council is looking for staff's opinion as opposed to asking staff to go out and get a report?
I mean, overall, the process is that the committee report is a summary of whatever report is created, whether it's internal or external. It's a summary of what was undertaken, a summary of the results, what the recommendations may be. In some instances, you include the specific details right in the report, or you just summarize it as an appendix.
And to what extent would the significance of the concerns raised by the consultant impact staff's discretion in determining whether to summarize those concerns in the staff report?
Again, it would be based on urgency, really. If a consultant comes back and says that this is something that's urgent, must be completed within a year or immediately, or even a longer timeline, then you're obviously going to identify that in your specific reports.
Okay, and I can take you to it if you need to, but do you recall whether you understood the 2013 SEMA report to be identifying any urgent issues?
No, and again, as I sort of mentioned before, I mean, I've just started with the city. The report and the study was, at that time, in my opinion, it seemed very straightforward based on what I understood of the motion and what works had to be done to complete this study. I don't recall anything within those reports that made it sound urgent or critical. Again, they provided a timeline, which I thought was acceptable for works to be done, and identified what those works were.
Okay. I can take you to the specific countermeasures in the 2013 report, but just in the interest of time, let me try doing it this way. In the 13 and 15 report, where SEMA used the could consider language, let's do it one at a time. When they use the could consider language, how did you interpret those recommendations?
Those were works that, if in the interest of the city we wanted to undertake, we could undertake those. I believe they still identified them as part of the work plan. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ones with coulds were probably medium or long-term type things. So that's kind of how I looked at that.
So some of the coulds were short-term. Why don't we go to one? If we could please go to CIM 8082.0001, image 50, please. Okay, so if we could pull out 6.1 and 6.11. Thank you. So this is including the cost benefit ratio, if you would please, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. So this is the section regarding friction testing in the 2013 SEMA report. And here, of course, we see SEMA using the could consider language. And you've told us, how you understood that. I can take you to it, but this recommendation is listed as a short term. And I think you've told us before the timeline for that is 0 to 5 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what did that timeline tell you about SEMA's recommendation regarding friction testing?
Again, it's not something that's identified as urgent. You should look at this and obviously could consider it to be done within that 0 to 5 year mark.
Right. And below under cost benefit ratio, what is a cost benefit ratio or the BC analysis?
It's the cost benefit based on the works to what the advantage of doing those works will be.
And what does it tell you as the client receiving the report?
It sort of puts a weight on the works, and what's most beneficial to move forward with. That'll have the better or biggest benefit to implement or complete.
Right, and here the BC is listed as, well, they don't list one. They leave it up to the city to determine if further action is required. So again, what does that tell you as the client with respect to SEMA's recommendation regarding friction testing?
Yeah, again, it's not identified as urgent. And anytime you have collisions where there's obviously a pattern related to wet weather, that's something you're going to look at.
Thank you. And if we could please go to image 66. So this section that we're about to go to, if you could pull out the ramp 6 section, please. This recommendation for installing or implementing high friction pavement on ramp 6, I can take you to it, but it's also a could consider, and it's a short timeline. And so fair to say that what SEMA is recommending here is that the city could consider installing high friction pavement on ramp 6 sometime between 0 to 5 years. So November 2014 to November 2018. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Or 19, I suppose, 5 years. Okay. And then if we could go, please, to OD6, image 140. Para 410. Sorry, actually, if we could go to the attachment that's referenced at paragraph 410, so that would be HAM 24142. And the next image, please. Okay, this is a draft report which you send to Mr. Moore and Mr. Field to report on the OBL item coming out of the 2013 staff report regarding the Red Hill, and to provide an update on the countermeasures that were implemented. And we see image 3, actually, apologies. We see on page 3 here, install high friction pavement approaching and through curb. Do you see that in the third column, third row? Under recommended, and then look down to the third row. There you go.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. Yep.
And it says to be reviewed and completed during future repaving. And so what was the plan here with respect to installing high friction pavement on ramp 6?
Well, there were other items identified that obviously may address the collision pattern, such as the chevrons and the warning signs. And of course, it's always much more cost effective to complete paving works like that when you're doing a bigger size project. So it was identified that that would be the best approach to go forward with it.
And in your view, was it consistent with the direction or recommendation from SEMA to consider implementing high friction pavement in the next 5 years?
Yes.
Thank you. You can bring that down, Mr. Registrar. And Mr. Ferguson, you've told us before that you joined the city after the 2013 SEMA project was already underway. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you were not involved with setting the scope of that project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any written directions from the city to SEMA in which SEMA was directed not to review continuous illumination in the study area of the 2013 report?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any verbal directions from the city in which the city provided such direction to SEMA?
No.
Okay, if we could please go to OD6, image 54. Okay, and HAM 41728. All right, this is the email from Rhodes, and specifically Mr. McCleary, to Mr. White, and Mr. White responds and then copies you. And this is with respect to the heavy rainfall that took place in September 2013, which prompted one of the road staff members to note that the Red Hill and the link appear to be slippery during heavy rainfall. And a commission council took you to this email in the overview document. But I just wanted you to look at the subject of this email and ask whether you understood Mr. McCleary's comments to apply to the link and the Red Hill.
Based on what I'm looking at, yes.
Correct. And we know from Mr. White's email that he asked you to conduct a collision review to justify Rhodes' request to put down slippery when wet signs. And your evidence in June to Commission Council was that you don't recall doing the analysis, but that your practice would have been to complete the analysis, or to have staff complete the analysis and provide you with that information. And I think Commission Council said that they haven't seen any documentation to suggest that that was done. I want to take you to OD6, image 62, para 159. Oh, that's not right. Excuse me. Oh, no, it is. Sorry. And if we could also go to image 63. So this is an email exchange between October 11th and 2013 between Mr. Lupton, yourself, and Mr. White. And it is about a month before the 13 SEMA report and the consultant report is presented to council. And you'll note Mr. Lupton says, can you summarize for me the actions we want to do on the Red Hill from the safety report and how we propose to proceed? You respond talking about the phased approach that you intend to take. And then the last paragraph in your email, you state, Councillor Collins would also like to see a review of the entire link and remaining portions of the Red Hill. I was going to add it to the traffic safety report, but now looking at it, I'm thinking we should keep it separate and have him bring a motion forward. Mr. White responds saying, thanks, David. Prefer we keep the next safety review separate, especially in light of the recent collision statistics we determined for wet conditions. We have to resolve that matter too now. And then says, Jeff, basically there are a statistically significant number of collisions and wet conditions identified that tells me we may need to do something. And so I just wanted to confirm whether this helps you clarify whether you would have, or let me put it another way. Do you recall whether the collision analysis that Mr. White is referring to?
I can't say specifically. I suspect it was around the time that we had talked to him.
Fair enough. And could we please go to image 127? Paras 361 to 364. Okay, we're now in November 2014, about a year later, and there's correspondence that I'd like to take you through between Mr. Mader and Mr. Davis. You'll note he says, as per conversation, staff have been reviewing the collision history on the Red Hill and Link. While I don't have the final picture yet, there is enough of a concern that I believe we need to do a more in-depth review. As per your direction, I've instructed staff to begin the process by scoping out what we'd like to do in terms of a safety review and begin the process of selecting third-party expertise to complete the work. So is this in response to the email that we just saw where Mr. White notes that there's some action that may need to be taken in light of the collision review that was done?
It would have been part of it. I know in 2014, I did a more extensive review of the collisions on both roadways. I know at that time there were concerns. There may have been a recent fatal collision that had occurred that was a crossover collision. And so I personally pulled all the collisions for both roadways. And identified that there were some patterns there that seemed somewhat abnormal. And I had made the recommendation that we should retain a consultant to do a more in-depth study of the roadway.
Okay. And if we could go, and I take it the 2015 SEMA report was that in-depth study?
Correct.
And if we could go to that report, HAM 702, please, Mr. Registrar. Image 33, and pull out figure 21. Mr. Ferguson, can you tell us what this chart shows?
That's the collision frequency based on year and based on type. Obviously, dry is the blue bar, and red is the white collision or the wet collisions.
And am I reading this graph correctly? If I'm reading this graph correctly, does it mean that wet weather collisions between 2013 and 2015 decreased? That's that red line going down?
Correct.
Okay. And I take it you would have reviewed this figure in 2015?
Correct.
In your evidence today, Mr. Ferguson, you stated that the average daily traffic count on the Red Hill was roughly 70,000. And if the Red Hill pavement was truly the issue, you would expect a high level of collisions, essentially pileups occurring under wet conditions, but that's not what you were seeing. And in light of that and what this graph showed in 2015, I'd like to in light of that, I'd like to understand if the information in this figure would have impacted your understanding at the time regarding whether there was an issue with the Red Hill pavement.
No.
It would not have impacted your understanding?
Correct. Would not have impacted.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. So is your evidence that what this graph shows, which is that wet weather collisions are decreasing, that would not impact your understanding of whether the Red Hill pavement, whether there was an issue with the Red Hill pavement in terms of wet weather collisions?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And again, the report itself is looking at what the what the results are of the collision, what's causing the collision, and they've identified driver behavior. And as we've talked before, and there's so many factors involved in a collision doesn't just happen. So.
Okay. Can we go to page 17 of the report? I'm sorry, Mr. Registrar, I don't have the image number offhand. But 9 pages before whatever we're at now. Sorry, page 17. Okay, thanks very much. And if we, okay, and also pull out, please, OD9, image 260. Okay, so on the left-hand side, we have the 2015 SEMA report. And if we call out, please, section 4.3, you'll see that it states that wet surface collisions, were found to represent 50% of all collisions in the study area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could call out now on the right-hand side of the page, section 3.3. Okay, so under the first bullet, under overall findings, it says wet surface collisions were found to represent 64% of mainline collisions and 73% of ramp collisions. The proportion of wet surface collisions on the mainline presented an increase compared with the 2015 study. So Commission Counsel suggested that what the 2019 report is saying here, that the percentage of wet weather collisions increased by 50% since the 2015 report, as opposed to just noting that the 2015 report found that 50% of collisions were wet weather, as we see here on the left-hand side of the page. Now that we've given you the chance to look at both reports, can you tell us how you interpret what SEMA is saying in the 2019 report?
Yeah, I'm reading it in a similar fashion to yourself, I believe, in that they're saying that in the 2015 study it was 50%,
right?
And that the wet surface collisions represented 64% on the main line.
Right, because if Commission Counsel's interpretation is correct, would that mean that 100% of the collisions on the Red Hill were in wet weather conditions?
Sorry, say that again.
No, could I just, it's a long day. I have appreciated from the start that your point is the numbers represent a 28% increase rather than a 50% increase.
I'm happy to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we could go to OD 8, image 46, please. So jumping ahead here, Commission Counsel took you to these emails between you and Mr. White regarding the collision analysis done by SEMA using the 2009-2013 collision data, in which they concluded that more than half of the collisions on the link and almost half of the collisions on the Red Hill were either fatal or injury collisions. And I think they asked if you were trying to understand what was causing more fatalities or serious injuries. And you confirmed that that was the case and that you had some back and forth with SEMA to get clarity on the causes. And I just want to take you to what I think is that explanation. OD8 image 53, paragraph 147. So this is the email from SEMA, where I think they're providing you with the clarification that you were referring to, but If you could take a look and just confirm that.
That's correct. Yes.
And what is SEMA telling you here?
Essentially, that one of the primary factors is the speed differentials between the two lanes. And so they're attributing obviously driver behavior towards collisions and injury types. Again, as I mentioned before, there's obviously a correlation between injuries based on vehicle speeds. And essentially that is what they're saying.
Okay, and sorry, I'm just trying to skip a few sections here. Commission counsel asked about whether there was a process by which traffic and engineering services had insight into what the other was doing regarding implementing the safety measures coming out of the 2015 report. What are, and I think you said you weren't sure, what are DMT meetings?
That would have been, I believe that was either divisional management or department management team meetings.
Okay. And to the extent that traffic and engineering needed to collaborate, could that be done at the DMT meeting?
It could have been. I can't answer. I didn't attend those meetings.
Sure. What about project coordination meetings?
Well, not necessarily, because we were primarily project coordination was more about construction projects.
Okay.
You were more reviewing what engineering services was up to in terms of construction projects currently as well as in the future.
Okay. Could we go to HAM 25832 and HAM 58666? And for the document on the left, if you could go to the next image and the one after that. Thanks. Commission counsel asked you what steps you took, if any, to confirm if friction testing was completed. You referred back to this email from Mr. Moore from February 2016, during which he stated that some friction testing was done. Commission counsel, in a follow-up, asked if you personally took any steps to confirm whether the statement that friction testing was complete was accurate. And you said, I would say no. Did you have any reason to question Mr. Moore's assertion in his 2016 email that friction testing was completed?
No, not at all. I mean, he's the director. He's a professional engineer. He's the city engineer, and I had no reason to question his comments.
Okay. With respect to how you would use friction testing results, you stated that you would need to have specific information as to whether something passed, failed, or is inconclusive, and that you would not understand what further investigation meant if that's what a report concluded. Given your evidence on this issue and here in light of Mr. Moore's comments that he was still trying to get the analysis for the friction testing results, would those results have been helpful to you without the indication regarding whether they were passed, failed, or were inconclusive?
The results of the testing that he had completed at that point?
I don't normally intervene, Ms. Contractor, but I do think that's an extreme case of leading Mr. Ferguson.
Okay, so Mr. Ferguson, you've stated that you've told us about how you would use or the manner in which friction testing results could be useful. And I believe you said you would need specific information about whether something passed, failed, or is inconclusive. in light of that, and in light of the fact that Mr. Moore at this point in September 2016 has told you that the friction test, that he was still trying to obtain an analysis for friction testing results, what use could you have made, or could you have made any use of the friction testing results?
If the results had been made available to us, we would have handed those over to the consultant to review and provide a recommendation or comments related to that test.
And is there a specific consultant that you would have used?
Well, we were using obviously CMA at the time, so it would have been handed over to them to undertake a review.
Thank you. And your evidence was that you believe you only asked Mr. Moore for the friction testing results once as of May 2017. Was there any urgency with which you needed the results?
No.
If we could go please to HAM 28108, image 2. I want to take you back to the 2019 collision memo that Commission Council took you to. And could you tell us generally the difference between collision frequency and collision rate?
Well, frequency is obviously a number of collisions, the frequency that occurs. The rate is a formula that takes into consideration volumes, the length of a section of roadway, and of course, obviously the collisions themselves. And then that formula puts it into a numerical ranking or number, so that you're essentially able to rank all the different locations.
And why is it, well, let's take a look at this formula here. The AADT, what does that stand for?
Average annual daily traffic.
So that's the volume, correct?
Correct, volume, yes.
Okay. And am I correct, just based on the formula, that as the volume would increase, the crash rate would decrease, right?
If you're using the same collision numbers and length of section, yes.
Okay. And so if your volume data or your AADT value is lower than it should be, or is not accurate, the crash rate would seem higher. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at the memo, it appears that SEMA only took volume data for one segment of the Red Hill, as opposed to 3 segments for the link, and then extrapolated based on that one segment. Is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, I'd have to see that.
Sure. So if you look at right above the bullet points, the green bullet points,
yep,
it says the locations with available AADT information are, and then it gives 3 segments for the link, and then 1 segment for the Red Hill. Do you see that, Mr. Ferguson?
I see it, yes. So okay. What they're saying is these are the locations where they have volumes for.
Right. And so they took volume data of the segment between Queenston and Barton, and then extrapolated that for the remainder of the Red Hill. Is that right?
Yes, yes, you're correct.
Okay. And the city has volume data for the entire Red Hill facility. Is that correct?
So we undertake counts at specific locations. It's obviously not a continuous count number, so it'll fall within a segment somewhere.
Right, but it has volume data beyond just the one segment used by SEMA for this calculation.
I believe so, but I can't say yes or no specifically. Sorry.
No problem. Okay, last question. During your time at the city, do you recall complaining to Mr. Lupton or anyone else that you found Mr. Moore to be intimidating?
Did I raise a complaint?
Yeah.
I might have brought up on some occasions that Mr. Moore might have been aggressive in a meeting. I wouldn't say intimidating. I was never intimidated by him.
Thank you. And Mr. Commissioner, may I have just a quick moment? I just want to go through my notes, make sure I got everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, those are all my questions. Thanks for your time today.
Yep. Okay. Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. I have some very brief questions in re-examination. Mr. Ferguson, just on the last point that Ms. Contractor asked you about, she asked you if you ever raised a complaint, or pardon me, do you recall complaining to Mr. Lupton or anyone else that you found Mr. Moore to be intimidating? And you asked, did I raise a complaint? And Ms. Contractor said yes. And you said, I might have brought up on some occasions that Mr. Moore might have been aggressive in a meeting. So just for clarity, when you say I might have brought up on some occasions, brought up to whom?
Mr. White. I would have brought it up with Mr. White. I think that was about the extent of it.
Okay. And just for clarity, did you ever file a formal complaint?
No.
In respect of Mr. Moore? Okay.
No.
And the meetings that you actually stopping there, you said I might have brought up on some occasions. That's a little conditional. Did you bring up on some occasions with Mr. White that Mr. Moore was aggressive in a meeting?
Did I bring it up? Yes.
Were the meetings that you were referencing in your discussions with Mr. White about Mr. Moore, were those meetings in respect of Red Hill Valley related discussions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson, for returning. You're excused if you want to leave.
Thank you, sir.
My understanding more generally is we've now reached the point where it's necessary to have a decision on the privilege motion. And accordingly, I understand that the inquiry will now stand down pending the receipt of the decision and, if necessary, addressing any matters arising out of that decision. So again, as I understand the schedule, the next witness is scheduled to appear on August 29th. That said, if there is nothing further that we have to do, the inquiry will therefore be adjourned until 9:30 on August 29th. Thank you very much. Have a good evening all.